800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. We begin in the Middle East, where new humanitarian aid is a step closer to reaching hungry Palestinians. The U.S. military finished installing a floating pier for the Gaza Strip this morning to deliver badly needed food and supplies. None has entered the two main crossings in southern Gaza for more than a week. Meantime, the White House is detailing President Biden's push for new weapons shipments to Israel. Spokeswoman Karine Jean-Pierre.
They're continuing, aside from that one shipment that we paused last week, the 500 and the 2,000 pound unguided munitions. So that is where we are at this moment.
A new incident between a barge and a bridge, this time in Galveston, Texas. Reporter Chris Fox has details from Austin.
The barge, owned by Martin Petroleum, broke loose from its tug Wednesday morning and drifted into the Pelican Island Bridge, taking down a portion of its attached rail bridge. At least one lane of the vehicular side has been reopened. Galveston County Judge Mark Henry.
We're trying to get an assessment of whether that bridge will be usable in the future. The bridge had been derated for weight several times in the past.
The bridge is mostly intact, but the incident did trigger a fuel spill. No injuries reported. Michael Cohen will be back in the hot seat at Donald Trump's hush money trial in New York as defense lawyers try to chip away at the former fixer's testimony implicating Mr. Trump. There will be another day off in the case tomorrow so the former president can attend his son Barron's high school graduation. Slovakia's prime minister is recovering a day after an assassination attempt. The BBC's Sarah Rainsford.
Robert Fico was in surgery for several hours with injuries that were described as life-threatening. The gunman fired 5 shots at close range, and Slovakia's prime minister was hit in the stomach and in the arm. Mr. Fico's colleagues now say his condition is not as critical.
Many Slovakians have been protesting his pro-Russian, anti-American message. Vladimir Putin is in China today, thanking President Xi Jinping for helping with Russia's war in Ukraine. She spoke through an interpreter.
China will always be a good neighbor, a good friend, and a good partner with the Russian Federation, and will continue to consolidate the friendship between the two peoples for generations to come.
More young people are buying homes in the U.S. without help from you-know-who.
They're willing to do side hustles. They're willing to move back in with mom and dad or take money out of their retirement savings because they're just at a point in their lives where they are ready to make that jump from renting to owning.
Bankrate's Alex Gailey says 2 in 5 millennials are making purchases. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Rich Zioli.
So I just want to make sure my take on Woodrow Wilson is strong and clear and nobody has any questions. I hate the man's guts.
What about Edith Wilson? What do you think of her?
I hate her too.
Okay.
When I can't sleep, I sit there and remind myself of all the reasons why I hate Woodrow Wilson. To lull myself.
Instead of counting sheep, you count reasons to hate Woodrow Wilson.
Exactly. It's a very effective strategy, let me tell you.
Rich Zioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. And on the free Odyssey app.
Rebates, and tax credits. This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Now is the time to replace that old heating and cooling equipment that you've been putting off replacing. Did you know that between PICO, the manufacturers, and federal tax credits, we can save you up to $3,800? Look, we know that replacing your HVAC equipment isn't cheap, so call our family-owned and run company and let our expertise in this area help you get high-efficiency, reliable equipment for a fair price. Visit us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinekans.com.
Don't miss Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaros and Mark Cumberland, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Find out all you need to know about home buying and selling. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com. Good News in Real Estate, Saturdays 1 p.m. on WPHT.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. ramp.com/250.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Neil Armstrong waited 6 hours and 39 minutes to step onto the surface of the moon. Jackie Robinson waited 20 months to play his first game with the Brooklyn Dodgers. And even DiCaprio had to wait 22 years to win an Oscar. You can wait until your destination. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow.
I'm Brett Baer.
I'm Maria Bartiromo.
I'm Brian Kilmeade, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Thursday, May 16th, 2024. I'm Jessica Rosenthal. After several weeks of back and forth, the first presidential debate may now happen before either party's presumptive choice is the official nominee.
I think he's got to dispel this notion that he's too old, and so I think he thinks this is a good way to do it.
I'm Dave Anthony. There is a new attempt to show divided Americans how to overcome our differences and find actual common ground.
Having people leading their own communities and across the world in seizing back the agenda and wresting back our lives away from forces of violent absolutism and rigid ideologies that are literally harming society across all walks of life.
And I'm DeRoy Murdoch. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
The debate schedule was going to be September 16th, October 1st, and October 9th. But Wednesday morning, President Biden said he wanted to debate sooner.
Donald Trump lost 2 debates to me in 2020. Since then, he hadn't shown up for debate. Now he's acting like he wants to debate me again. Well, make my day, pal. I'll even do it twice. So let's pick the dates, Donald. I hear you're free on Wednesdays.
A reference to the day of the week former President Trump's Manhattan trial is not in session. The president's campaign chair, Jennifer O'Malley Dillon, signed a letter to the Commission on Presidential Debates, formally declining to appear at what was proposed for September and October. The president said he'd accepted a June 27th debate hosted by CNN. Former President Trump told Fox News Digital he would be there in beautiful Atlanta, as he called it. The former president's been needling the president for weeks now. In Shanksville, Pennsylvania, a little over a month ago, he said,
I'm calling on crooked Joe Biden to debate anytime, anywhere, any place, right there.
The second debate agreed to would be September 10th, hosted by ABC. Details are still being ironed out. The Biden camp proposed a debate in studio with no audience and a mic shut off when it's not your turn to speak, presumably to avoid moments like this from their first debate in September of 2020.
The new Supreme Court Justice, radical left.
Will you shut up, man?
Listen, who is on your list, Joe?
Who's on your
right. Gentlemen, I think
this is so unprecedented.
Former President Trump said in a post that he was ready and willing to debate in June and September, that he would strongly recommend more than 2 debates and, for excitement purposes, a large venue. Although he writes, Biden is apparently afraid of crowds, but he said, just tell him when, and he writes he'll be there.
Well, I think it's a smart move by the Biden camp.
Mark Penn is the chair of the Harris Poll, CEO of Stagwell Marketing Group, and he served as advisor to former President Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton.
Obviously, things have been drifting in the wrong direction. Polls were going down. They needed something to jumpstart the campaign. And when you're behind, you sure want to debate. When you're ahead, you want to avoid debates at all costs. And I think they put in a schedule that they kind of need to get this campaign going during this kind of really quiet period, maybe even around the convention. So I think it's a pretty smart move.
Yeah, tell me a little bit more about what you think the thinking may be here in making things earlier, because it brings to mind for many of us, oh, well, there's early voting. Maybe there should be earlier debates generally. But we're also in, as you just sort of pointed out, this sort of unique, long general election period. And does that present any concerns about, you know, where you want people's heads to be at, paying attention to what before the end of summer?
Well, I think they were looking at the event calendar, and the conventions are going to be nice, but they're not going to do that much considering everybody knows these candidates. The real event here that could be a game changer is the one-on-one clash of the candidates. And I think that they're looking at that and say, look, we need it now. It's not going to do us any good in September and October when the election's kind of over. A lot of voters, you know, make their decisions over the Labor Day weekend and in early September. So I think they needed this to jumpstart. Trump had already said basically he would do it anywhere, anytime. And, you know, the American public will benefit. I mean, I was really worried that we wouldn't get to see any debates.
Why?
Well, because Biden thought he was ahead, and so he wasn't going to agree to them, and he didn't think maybe most people thought he'd have trouble through the debates. So this way he kind of looks like, hey, bring it on. I'm ready. I'm here. I can do it. You know, and I think he's got to dispel this notion that he's too old, and so I think he thinks this is a good way to do it. That he's ready. I think that's what the campaign team decided. And remember, all debates are with the backdrop of expectations, and so the expectations for Joe Biden in debate are low. The expectations now for kind of Trump have really gotten quite high, that he's really going to take on the president. So when you look at all this mix, again, it could turn out to be the biggest, could turn out to be the worst or the best move, because it adds unpredictability. But when you're behind and sliding down, you know, you need some game changers. Let's talk about behind and sliding down, because you wrote a piece saying the president is doing it wrong right now, moving a bit too far to the left, appeasing the base. And I found this interesting. You wrote that this, and I'm paraphrasing your words, this fear that the base won't show up is given way too much credence. And maybe that would matter if there was like some sort of likable centrist figure to worry about. But talk to me about moving to the center after the electorate's already seen, you know, who you are, what your priorities are. They've seen your spending. They've seen your foreign policy. Like, how do you move back to the center? Well, I think you move back to the center here by addressing head on, you know, issues of inflation, energy prices, immigration and the border, changing and moving policy, I think being stronger on Israel rather than, appearing to kind of waffle on Israel in response to protests from the left. I think all of those things, I think there is a clear path to move to the center. And more importantly, in the piece, I tried to emphasize what people don't understand is the math of swing voters, because everybody's always so worried about turnout. Turnout is less important than swing voter switches. So as I always say, take an election that's 5-5. One person changes, it's 6-4. Now, if one person doesn't come to the polls, right, it's only 5-4. So the power of a swing voter is 2x. Or to make up for that one swing voter who's changed, you need 2 more people to turn out. Well, in the swing states, turnout's already 70%. It's incredibly high. The real place to go for voters is swing voters, and the Biden campaign should have been focused on how to get the Nikki Haley voters. And don't worry, bring your base back in the last month. they're not going to vote for Donald Trump anyway. And it's half as powerful as getting a switcher. So I think the campaign has been mistuned, right? And the results have been that it has been consistently going down because it's been losing those centrist moderate voters to Donald Trump.
Yeah. What do you think he's doing? I think you just referenced it a little bit when you talked about Israel there, but what do you think the president's doing that sort of exemplifies, I guess, trying a little too hard with the base rather than those swing voters? Because, like, for example, this is infrastructure week, right? Does anybody know that? Like, should he be sort of reminding everybody, like, look, we are spending money. You're going to have wider roads and bridges and whatnot. Is that, like, what should he be doing?
Well, that would be better, but I think that that again, what do you do about the EV mandate, right? So the EV mandate was really going to play poorly in Michigan because all the jobs are going to go to China. So then he slapped this really high, I don't know, remember if it's 50% or 100% tariff on Chinese EVs.
Right.
So I don't know if that's going to solve the problem because China is now going to start to retaliate. And so the response wasn't to push back the EV requirements and give Americans more choice. It was to put these big tariffs on that could stimulate a tariff war that then could make things more expensive for consumers. So I'm a little, I don't think the policy response here, ease up, close the border more, make the transition from fossil fuels more gradual. But that means taking on the left-wing interest groups here and pushing back on them during the campaign in order to get the centrist voters. And that does not appear to be happening, right? And so if that's not happening, I suppose that now he's gone, let's do this mano a mano. You've got two candidates here. Neither of them are well liked. And I think Biden thinks he can kind of jumpstart the campaign, by making it, a direct person-to-person contest.
All right, just a couple more for you before I let you go. As you know, there were new polls out this week from the New York Times, Siena College, giving former President Trump the edge in 5 of those 6 swing states. And that edge, it appears, maintains largely, even with RFK Jr. in there. I wonder what's behind that, do you think? Because the New York Times poll also found 74% of us are very or somewhat satisfied with how things are going. I was a bit surprised at that number. I thought most of the country was not satisfied. But if 74% are, then what do you make of those swing state voters sort of being turned off right now by the president?
Well, there's always a difference between how people are satisfied with their personal life and are they satisfied with the country. Most people think that the country's going in the wrong direction, the economy's going in the wrong direction. You do have close to 50% who believe their personal situation is worse off than it was. And so, combined, all of those things generally put a negative cast. And the president's been going out there trying to say, look, the economy's better than you think, inflation's going down. People are enjoying things more. Look at your personal life. When I worked with Bill Clinton, we did turnaround attitudes towards the economy. But in those days, the big issue was jobs. The big issue is inflation, and most people think prices are higher and that they're and that they're more stretched when it comes to inflation than they were.
Yeah. All right, finally, you say President Biden has a problem right now, right? That's what we've been talking about. But I want your thoughts on if Trump has one, because in Pennsylvania, in some critical large swing counties in the GOP primary, a number of voters went for Nikki Haley. I think overall in the state, among Republicans, she got like 17% of the vote. And this was weeks after she dropped out. In Marion County, Indiana last week, she got 1 in 5 Republican primary voters. She dropped out in March. Are these protest votes? Does Donald Trump need to worry?
Donald Trump does need to worry. Are these never Trump votes, or are these not so fast Trump voters? Well, we don't really know. However, it's pretty clear that Donald Trump has an issue with suburban women. And, the parade of things at this trial are pretty much designed to, accentuate that. And he's got to figure out, how he can come back or secure the suburban women's vote, because that's where the combination of issue on abortion and general dislike for the personality of the former president really is at its maximum. And those are kind of core swing voters who, surprisingly, most of the time vote Republican. So he's got a problem. He's got to address that. Biden's got a problem. He's got to address getting to the center and very much those same voters. And I don't think either of them have to worry about their bases. Those bases are really solid and are going to turn out for their respective candidates.
All right. Very good. Well, Mark Penn, chairman of the Harris Poll and president of Stagwell Group, thank you so much for joining us and for your insight. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Why is Navage perfect for allergy sufferers? Rhino Systems Medical Director Dr. Howard Levine explains.
If someone's exposed to allergens, they can get rid of those immediately by washing out the nose. Navage works by pulling saline in one nostril, through the nose and out the other nostril, sucking out allergens, mucus, dust, and germs. Experience on-the-spot relief so you could breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier.
Navage is available at Sam's Club, Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or online at Navage.com. Navage, breathe easy.
Is your child struggling with reading and comprehension? Call the USA Reading Clinic. In less than 20 minutes, the USA Reading Clinic can explain exactly why your child struggles with reading and how to correct the problem. In the first free call, the USA Reading Clinic will prove that your child can actually read at normal or advanced levels.
All I can say is if you have a child who's struggling, I can tell you it absolutely works.
Call for more information. 800-200-4028. That's 800-200-4028.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in Caregiving New Jersey Families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Hi, it's Rob with Keystone Window. You don't have to spend a fortune for replacement windows. We offer free estimates in 30 minutes, good for 30 days. And we're not staying for dinner. Those huge window companies with the free windows never leave until your flat broke. Call Keystone for great Energy Star windows backed by a lifetime warranty. A company you can trust. Keystone, 267-308-2500. Better windows and honest price.
Need new windows, pick up the phone. Keystone.
Spin, cuddle, repeat, and help save a veteran's life. Rough Ride Philly is a high-energy event raising money to provide accredited, life-saving service dogs to injured and disabled veterans. Rough Ride Philly is June 1st and 2nd, part competition and part festival. During the 24-hour event, you can ride for 5 minutes, 15 minutes, or 5 hours. Create your team for Rough Ride Philly and learn how cuddling a puppy can help save a veteran's life at roughRide.org.
Now there's a simple, easy, and effective way to clean your nose and protect your health. It's called Navage. Navage. Available at Navage.com.
What is dedication?
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that my kids wouldn't have a father. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. It's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Thursday, May 16th. I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown. President Biden agreeing to a couple of debates with his Republican rival and predecessor, Donald Trump. Fox's Jared Halpern has more from the White House.
The Biden and Trump campaigns went from no debates on the books to 2 in just a matter of hours.
Donald Trump lost 2 debates to me in 2020. And since then, he hadn't shown up for debate. Now he's acting like he wants to debate me again. Well, make my day, pal. I'll even do it twice.
The 2 candidates both say they will participate in a CNN debate in Atlanta on June 27th and an ABC News debate September 10th. Former President Trump is calling for additional debates in July and August. The proposal the president's team is not accepting. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
And former President Trump's hush money trial will resume as the prosecution is expected to rest its case. Fox's Kevin Cork with more.
When court resumes, Michael Cohen will be back on the stand under cross-examination. And yes, he is expected to be the last prosecution witness. Meanwhile, attorneys for former President Trump are expecting to finish questioning Mr. Cohen. Now, Cohen, as you no doubt heard by now, has described payments he made to porn actress Stormy Daniels in 2016 as, cash for silence about an alleged encounter with his client.
The former president has repeatedly called the trial a witch hunt, claiming it's an effort by Democrats to keep him off the campaign trail. I'm Ted Lindner, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
1210 WPHT Sterling every night. Yes, the rumor is true. Every night, 9 p.m., Walter Sterling. This Thursday night, Strippers on the Loose, news from Walmart, plus you, and our brand new feature, Mr. Softy Traffic Report, and an expose of Philadelphia Public Schools why kids don't want to go to school because they want to stay home and play Roblox. 9 p.m. Thursday night, Sterling every night, 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, how much I love my new patio doors. You know by now, if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I'd only trust the Chapman team. If you're thinking of updating your current siding or removing your current stucco and replacing it with siding, think Chapman. With the new updated siding choices available, the curb appeal of your home will pop. If you currently have stucco, updating it with James Hardie plank or vinyl siding will truly add value to your home. If you're looking to sell, you can bet buyers will value updated new siding. And right now would be a good time to get ahead of the ball and plan your siding project for 2024. The certified Chapman installers are the folks you want on the job. If you or someone you know are looking for windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, shutters, or hardware, give them a call or text them 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Chapman, the name I trust. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Construction continues here at Colonial Hyundai. We're on our way to a bigger dealership, more service space, and a state-of-the-art showroom. But construction is making space limited, and we're getting more and more shipments of Hyundais every day. So let's keep it simple. Right now, only at Colonial Hyundai, save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. With a vast selection of Elantras, Sonatas, Santa Fe's, and Tucsons. Hundreds of vehicles available for immediate delivery. And guess what? You can drive off in yours today, saving up to 20% off any new new Hyundai in stock during the Spring Getaway Sales Event at Colonial Hyundai. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with Hyundai Assurance and America's Best Warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain. Shop 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
Up to 20% off dealer listed price. Includes all rebates and incentives. Cannot be combined with other offers. Offer ends 4/1. See dealer for more details.
Hi, I'm Mark Cuban, entrepreneur, businessman, and TV fan. People always come to me for investment advice. So here's a quick tip for you. Stop overpaying for cable and switch to Philo. What's Philo? It's the best way to watch more than 70 of your favorite channels and save big on your monthly bills. You can stream top channels like AMC, A&E, Discovery, Live, and On Demand. Philo's also got a library with thousands of hours of movies and shows just waiting for you. Plus, an unlimited DVR that lets you save all your favorites and rewatch them for up to 1 year. All of this for just $25 a month. You don't need me to tell you that this is a deal you need to make. Philo, now and forever.
Head on over to philo.tv. That's PHILO.tv and start your 7-day free trial now.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you! Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
If not me, then who? This ethos is driving the Travis Manion Foundation to empower veterans and families of fallen heroes to develop character in future generations. In 2007, Marine First Lieutenant Travis Manion was killed in Iraq while saving his wounded teammates. Travis's legacy lives on in the 5 words he spoke before leaving for his final deployment. If not me, then who? Guided by this mantra, veterans are continuing their service, developing strong relationships within their own community, and thriving in their post-military lives. Visit travismanion.org.
Calling on Levittown. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A record day on Wall Street Wednesday as all 3 major indices closed at record highs. The Dow gaining 350 to close at 39,908. Its 18th record close of the year. The S&P 500 up 62 to finish at a little more than 5308. Its 23rd record close of the year. And the Nasdaq up 231 to finish at more than 16,742. The gains coming after the news that consumer prices rose 0.3% from March to April, down slightly from 0.4% the month before. Year-to-year inflation was down from 3.5 to 3.4%. Retail sales for April were unchanged after going up 0.6% in March. That according to Commerce Department data released Wednesday. Walmart reports earnings today. We'll also get the weekly unemployment numbers as well as details on April housing starts. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
I'm hardly breaking any news saying we're in a time of unrest, politically and culturally. Pro-Palestinian protests, angry over Israel's war against Hamas in Gaza, raged on college campuses for weeks. At Virginia Tech, there was even a child leading a chant.
When Palestine is under attack, what do we do?
There's also been pushback.
Remember the 7th of October!
From pro-Israeli counter-protesters.
Never forget the 7th of October!
At Rutgers, some students tried to drown out the Palestinian sympathizers. But amid all the shouting on both sides, is there any room for talking? There is a new attempt to bridge this divide. It's called Builders, a global initiative led by Daniel Lebetsky, famed social entrepreneur who founded Kind Snacks and is a sometime investor on TV's Shark Tank.
Having people leading their own communities and across the world in seizing back the agenda and wresting back our lives away from forces of violent absolutism and rigid ideologies that are literally harming society across all walks of life.
Daniel Lebetsky is part of a coalition of leaders behind Builders that also includes Lonnie Ali, co-founder of the Muhammad Ali Center, the boxer's widow, who also joined our conversation.
We need to understand that we as citizens have the power every single day, and with that power, the responsibility to be positive forces in society, to be builders of bridges, of companies, of common ground, and to come up with common ground solutions on all of these seemingly intractable issues by deploying a builder's toolkit.
Not everyone is active. Most of us are passive. We watch what's going on. We see conflict. We might post something on social media, but then not enjoy getting pushback, right? Because there's a lot of people who don't like, because there's a lot of conflict also in comments people make on their posts. Lonnie, how do you want people to be less passive and more active?
Well, first of all, we have to realize that extremist ideologies and people who pursue that course, they get up every morning with that in mind, to conquer and divide us. And the rest of us get up going about our daily lives, as you said, maybe we may post something, but then we go back to our normal way of living.
Right, working and all that.
And we can't do that. We really have to take that energy and mobilize it into uniting us. Not so much about what, somebody trying to teach us what to think, but we need to learn how to think.
Mm-hmm. But we, especially with political issues around the country, we usually, the way it's been lately, we take a side, we believe in that side, and a lot of people who believe one way will watch one network or channel or read one side of news or something. The other will do just the opposite and read their side. So there's not a lot of common ground, it seems.
Yeah, this is a great question. First of all, among our partners, there's people, everyone from Karl Rove to Erskine Bowles. Karl Rove was President Bush's advisor.
Sure, right and left, yeah.
Erskine was Clinton's advisor. Mm-hmm. And we have a spectrum of differences, but we all join in deploying a builder's toolkit to solve problems, because what people don't realize is there's enormous hidden common ground. We launched an initiative called Citizen Solutions, where we're equipping citizens on the ground with tools, like Lonnie was saying, to be more critical thinkers, to be more curious, to be more thoughtful about how to help understand the other side, and then forge common ground and constructive solutions. So we're not just paralyzed with hate. So when it's gun rights and gun safety, we gathered citizens in Tennessee. The core group calls themselves the Tennessee 11, because we gathered citizens, everyone from a gentleman that called himself a Second Amendment absolutist and was a firearms instructor, to a woman that was an inner city school teacher who had lost some kids to gun violence. And after 6 months, they came up with 8 proposals for how to address gun violence and reduce gun violence while ensuring gun rights and gun safety. And out of those 8 proposals, they were presented to 30,000 Tennesseans who voted. They achieved consensus on 5 of their proposals. And now these citizens that are engaged and educated are in the process of figuring out how are they going to propel their elected representatives to follow the will of the people and create better solutions for their communities.
Now, Lonnie, the last month, there's been so much focus on the division about what's happening in Gaza, Israel's war versus Hamas. We've had all the protests on college campuses. Free Palestine, pro-Palestinian or anti-Israel, depends on how you want to, call these protesters. But how do you bridge that gap? How can you at Builders get people who don't seem to have any shred of common ground on what's happening to actually talk?
Daniel and I co-authored a letter to students on college campuses, giving them sort of 10 different ways where they can celebrate humanity rather than chaos and division. But their passion is to be, applauded. They have passion for what they believe in, but they need to understand what they are fighting for, and if they want policy changes. But to do that, they have to realize they have to talk to the other side as well. They can't silo themselves in just what they believe. They need to talk to other groups who have different views than they do.
But when it comes to what's happening in Gaza, one of the big problems is who to believe. A lot of protesters have said, even since the October 7th attack that Hamas launched, killing Israelis, triggering the war, that they believe that didn't happen, that it's fake news, that Hamas didn't do that Israel's lying. And how do you... That misinformation's a big part of division, isn't it?
Yeah. One of the things we're doing is we're trying to counteract all the leading forces leading to toxic polarization. We're also launching Builders Media to help educate all of us, every one of us, including me and Lonnie and you, all of us can fall prey to this rigid thinking, and to social media ends up telling us what we want to hear rather than what we need to hear. She and I have been working this stuff for over 30 years, and I helped build with a Muslim friend the One Voice movement to empower Israelis and Palestinians to fight extremism in the Middle East. People that are right now leading these protests, they're not people that are actually advancing the actual interests of local Palestinians and Israelis that want to have a better future for their children, and recognize the only way to do so is by recognizing the humanity of the other side. If you want an absolute solution, if you want to destroy Israel, the only homeland of the Jewish people, guess what? The Israelis are not going to give you the keys. You're going to prolong this conflict forever. And so my Palestinian partners, and I know tens of thousands of them, they cannot stand these extremist positions that these young people are adopting without even educating themselves and understanding that are actually causing harm, not just in fomenting anti-Semitism and dehumanizing those that support Israel. They're also fomenting anti-Muslim hate. They're fomenting anti-Palestinian resentment, and they're not going to advance, like Lonnie was saying. Any solutions are actually going to make it harder for the people on the ground to solve the problems.
We've seen over the last couple of decades, Lonnie, anti-Muslim sentiment or Islamophobia, certainly after 9/11, across America. When you see what's happening with these movements on college campuses, you also see people we talked about people being passive, people who may not want to stand up and get in the fray and get caught in the middle and be yelled at or screamed at. So what do you recommend for people when they want to start the conversation? Who do they reach out to?
Well, being Lonnie and being part of Builders, I would suggest that they go to builders.org and buildersmovement.org and get the information from there, because we do offer the support, the toolkits to start that conversation, because they're sort of lost. They don't know how, maybe, how to do that, how to reach across that divide. Nobody's going to listen to you if you stand up and are just yelling at them. That's not going to do it. You've got to engage, and you've got to build alliances and to sort of find those pragmatic solutions to the challenges that we face.
Danny, you talked about being in this for over 30 years doing this. Your background, your father, your family survived the Holocaust. We've dealt with Holocaust denial, and it's been brought up, through this, what happened in October 7th and this whole thing with Israel and its own existence. How did that happen? How did that, with what happened to your family, shape you into doing this?
It's borrowing from pages of the beginning of what became the Nazi Germany, when they would block out the Jewish students from going into the German and Austrian universities. And it's borrowing from the worst chapters of history in our own country, in America. Muhammad Ali won the Olympics in 1960. I didn't know this till I visited the Muhammad Ali Center and saw that. It was very painful for me to see. He came back to Louisville, people celebrating for being an Olympic hero, and then they didn't let him sit to eat his lunch at a counter. And the process of dehumanizing people is not acceptable if you're black or gay or Jewish or Muslim or Christian.
Lonnie, he referenced Muhammad Ali as Cassius Clay winning at the Olympics.
Correct.
And he's talking about how, discrimination because he was black. Later on, he converted to Islam. Obviously, opposed the Vietnam War. That became a big issue. He was a very polarizing figure for a long time. He dealt with a lot of hate. As his life evolved and as he got to the end, he was beloved, of course, as the former great boxing champion. How did he deal with that?
Muhammad never let that seep into his being. It never became part of who he was. He refused to allow the hate that he saw on the outside to become part of him and define who he was and how he was going to treat people. And it's that approach that I take as well. And it's why I'm here with Daniel today and a part of Builders, because I believe that that's sort of the answer to how we approach things today, or how we need to approach things, was that same curiosity and compassion Muhammad had for all people.
And it's a very, very hard thing to do. Like I never experienced what my father experienced being in a concentration camp, but the fact that he was able to treat every human being with respect and with kindness like Muhammad Ali did is really what inspires us to do this work. Like the ability of people to transcend all of that hate and resentment and to respect every human being and to remember that kindness is at the heart of humanity. And that's why I named the company Kind after him. He passed away in 2003. And that's when I conceived Kind, and I tried to name it in his honor.
Again, Daniel, where can people go?
They can go to buildersmovement.org, and it starts with one baby step. Just get information on how you can start bringing the Builders Toolkit into your community.
Daniel Lebetsky, founder of Kind Snacks, social entrepreneur, sometimes on Shark Tank, and obviously Lonnie Ali, the wife of Muhammad Ali, co-founder of the Muhammad Ali Center. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Lonnie, for your partnership and inspiration.
Downtime. Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Honey, it's our favorite leaf filter trusted pro, Matt. Matt, come in, come in.
Hi, Mrs. Sparks. You wanted me to stop by? Is everything okay with your leaf filter gutter protection system?
Okay, of course, silly. We wanted you to stop by for dinner as our way of thanking you.
Yes, to thank you for that free gutter inspection, the free estimate, and what was the other thing?
That lifetime guarantee.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Sparks, those are just Leaf Filter's policies. Everyone who calls Leaf Filter gets a trusted pro to come out for a free gutter inspection and estimate. And every Leaf Filter installation comes with a lifetime guarantee.
So it's not just us?
No, sir. We don't want anyone to worry about clogged gutters ever again.
You mean everyone gets this level of service?
Everyone. They just need to visit leaffilter.com/rundown to schedule their free inspection.
Okay, but you must be starving. You work so hard.
Ready to love your gutter protection as much as we do? Visit leaffilter.com/rundown and get up to 30% off today.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
There's nothing quite like local. Local is your weekly farmer's market or homemade strawberry ice cream. It's live music on the corner yoga in the park, and a chance to try something new. That's why AARP is local, right here in our community, offering free events and enriching experiences that can help with finances, family, and fun. Join AARP Philadelphia and the Barnes Foundation for a free virtual tour of an art exhibit on May 23rd. Sign up now at aarp.org/local.
Hey, it's Toby from Wendy's. Our new breakfast burrito is a fully loaded breakfast. I don't even know if I have enough time to tell you everything that's inside. 2 fresh cracked eggs, seasoned breakfast potatoes, 6 strips of bacon, cheese sauce, wrapped in a warm flour tortilla. Yes! Now, come and get it. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new breakfast burrito.
Only at participating U.S. Wendy's.
If you've been dealing with a POS system that just isn't getting the job done and you're in the restaurant, retail, or casino business, you need to call my friends at PDQ Signature Systems. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have the fastest and easiest POS system to learn, use, and manage. Their all-in-one POS system will save you time, effort, and money. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, PDQ can help grow your business like never before. Visit pdqpos.com.
Savings are here at Hessard Chevrolet. This Memorial Month, we're rolling out incredible savings on top Chevy models, Silverado and Trailblazer. Whether you're looking for the power and performance of the Silverado or the versatility of the Trailblazer, the time to buy is now. Drive home a new 2024 Silverado with 1.9% APR for 36 months, or a 2024 Trailblazer for $299 per month for 36 months. With these special offers, you won't want to miss Memorial Month here at Hessard Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Visit HessardChevy.com today. Call 267-343-9094 for full details.
Fox News, I'm Ted Lindner. President Biden going to step on the debate stage with former President Donald Trump for at least 2 debates, 2 dates set so far.
Both candidates accepted an invitation to debate at CNN's headquarters in Atlanta on June 27th. The Biden campaign is proposing a second debate in September. A memo from the Trump campaign argues for even more debates.
Fox's Jared Halpern, the second debate set for September 10th on ABC. And protesters disrupting another college graduation Wednesday, this one at New York University. Fox's CB Cotton's at Yankee Stadium with more.
A small group of student protesters has decided to walk out and demand NYU divest and sever ties with Israel.
They accuse NYU of being complicit in genocide amid the war between Israel and Hamas. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
NFL fans are already dreaming of September. The 2024 schedule was released Wednesday night, and there are some quality early season matchups. In Week 1, the Chiefs and the Ravens kick off the season in a rematch of the AFC Championship game as Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson take center stage. On Sunday Night Football, the Detroit Lions, coming off an NFC Championship game appearance, start their 2024 campaign against Matthew Stafford and the Rams. That's a rematch of last year's wildcard game won by the Lions. In Week 2, Joe Burrow and the Bengals travel to Arrowhead Stadium to face Kansas City in an AFC rivalry game. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
I get the negative connotation to Redskins as opposed to, let's say, Cleveland Indians, who also changed their name, which is completely idiotic. Could I see a situation where the Washington Redskins name comes back? Yeah. Owners have said a lot of things before that they're not going to do. They're absolutely not going to do this, and they end up doing it. Whether it be demanding a new stadium, leaving town, whatever. Things like that happen. Minds can be changed. That logo we just saw with the Native American feathers on the W, you could still be the Washington Commanders, but you could be a Native American commander of war. And this could be the logo. Within the logo where you're combining the old world of the Washington Redskins that fans have known for years, and you're the Washington Commanders, but Commanders by name only. It's Washington, and every other bit of imagery around that franchise and organization would be around Native American culture. I think that's something that could happen. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air.
watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
It's time for your Fox News commentary.
DeRoy Murdoch.
What's on your mind?
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Half of Amazon warehouse workers surveyed by researchers say they're struggling to afford enough food or a place to live. The national study asked nearly 1,500 employees in 42 states about their economic well-being. 53% of respondents reported that they'd experienced one or more forms of food insecurity in the prior 3 months, and 48% experienced one or more forms of housing insecurity. New technology will allow Visa to share more information with retailers. Visa uses tokens to protect customers' banking information with an extra layer of security. The credit card company will only provide data on shoppers' interests based on past transactions, and customers will have to give their consent. And sources say Paramount Global and Amazon.com have been talking about expanding the ties between their media businesses. Advertising and bundled sales of channels are among the things reportedly being discussed. Stocks rallied on Wall Street. The Dow rose 350, the Nasdaq added 231, and the S&P closed 61 points higher. Kimberly Adams, Bloomberg Radio.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit, hims.com/joy.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Roll on down to CBP on Saturday, June 1st at 7:15 when the Phils host the Cards, and kids 14 and under receive a London 2024 double-decker bus presented by SEI. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. A good time is in the cards when St. Louis visits Philly on Friday, May 31st at 6:40, Saturday, June 1st at 7:15, and Sunday, June 2nd at 1:35. Don't miss out. Secure your seats now at Phillies.com.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. ramp.com/250.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go. Live on this Thursday, May 16th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Anthony Dorenzo, our associate producers. Action-packed Thursday show that will include our buddy Sean Farish joining us at 9 o'clock this morning. And it's good to have Dawn back in the saddle. Dawn, good morning. How you feeling?
Good morning.
Oh, look at that. Are we 100%, less than 100%?
Maybe 89%.
89%. I like that. You came back just in time to give your in-depth analysis, game by game, of the Eagles' schedule being released last night.
Yep.
Dawn will break each game down today, wins and losses.
I will, and we will be taking a road trip to Brazil.
No, we're not.
I understand. Kayal and Company goes to Brazil.
Not at all. Not in the slightest.
We'll do some dancing. We'll go to Brazil. We will drink.
I like that.
And we'll go to the Eagles.
You had me at drinking. By the way, we will actually have John Fetterman at 7:30 this morning to go through the Eagles' schedule because if you recall last year, he had the Eagles going 17-0.
It's true.
We asked him, Mr. Fetterman, Eagles or Saints?
The Eagles!
And he picked the Eagles.
It's true.
I'm just kidding.
I love it.
Gregory, how are you, buddy?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Yeah, the first home game is against...
The Green Bay Packers.
No, the Atlanta Falcons, I think.
Oh yes, correct.
Yes.
That's week number 2.
Yeah.
Yes. First game of the year, Friday night, under the lights, against the Packers, south of the border. Beautiful.
Big debate coming up.
Yep.
June 27th. Couldn't they, it's like going into, a holiday weekend.
It's unbelievable.
Couldn't they do it another week?
And this news broke yesterday
A week earlier
in the 9 o'clock hour.
I know.
And then you got all sorts of other details throughout the day yesterday. So,
do you think it's fishy that, Biden sends out a challenge and within an hour these debates are scheduled?
You think both Trump and Biden in cahoots?
I don't know.
With the networks?
It just seems very scripted to me.
Very orchestrated?
Very orchestrated. The whole thing is just, I don't know.
Okay.
I smell a rat, and I smell a script.
Oh.
I smell hey, by the way, CNN's gonna host this on June 27th.
Poor Bobby Kennedy didn't get the invite.
Well,
not yet, at least.
There might be.
We'll see. A lot of good stuff to get to today. Also, now all of a sudden, Mitt Romney's like, hey, I think Joe Biden should pardon Donald Trump. Okay, we'll get to that in the final bit of the 6 o'clock hour. Also, we told you this would happen. Chiefs kicker Harrison Butker now facing threats of he should be fired and cut from the Chiefs for his commencement speech. We'll get to that. Caitlin Clark in the news. And also, manly men, they live longer.
Oh, good.
And we have the science and the data to prove it.
Oh, good.
Yes.
That means you and I are going to die early.
Which just confirms I'm out at 62. I've been saying it for 2 years. Cut sheet coming up 7:45. Sean Farish at 9 o'clock. But let's get to the news. There's a lot of it.
We need it.
6:04. We haven't had the news.
I know.
Since
haven't
Monday.
had the news.
No. When you're out, there's no news.
Yeah.
Which means I got to filibuster even more and spend time talking to Bruno. So it is great to have you back.
Well, it's great to be back here on Kayal and Company News Live this morning. We are sponsored by Turn 7 this Thursday morning, and a lot going on for you this morning as we look at the forecast. 61 degrees right now this Thursday, May 16th, mostly cloudy skies. The sun is up 20 minutes ago, and sunset tonight at 8:10 p.m. We'll be heading up to 71 degrees for today's big Phil's game. Looks like the rain will hold out. Let's get to the news. Suspect. Let's talk about a suspect who escaped Philadelphia police custody earlier this week after being stopped for an outstanding warrant. Well, they finally caught up with that suspect. He's under arrest and in custody. Identified as 32-year-old Nafish Knox-Schenk, and they caught up with him on the 600 block of West Girard Avenue. So Knox-Schenk initially had escaped from custody. That was on Monday on West Column Street. But now the Fugitive Task Force, the statement they released by the U.S. Marshals Service says that our Fugitive Task Force here in the Philadelphia area has the most experience in the entire nation apprehending escapees, and the Marshals Service will always support law enforcement agencies who need violent criminals brought back into custody. That was the statement from Robert Clark, who's the Deputy U.S. Marshal for our region, Eastern PA. But how about that we have the most experienced? You know why? We have a lot of these fugitives.
Yes, we do. I mean, how many have we documented and chronicled in the news since, midway through last year, right?
Yes, sir.
Started with Cavalcante on down the list.
So this guy's in custody. That's a good thing. We've got that one going on. We have a woman arrested and charged for putting a baby's life in danger. And this was a video that initially went viral on social media. Trenton police announcing that they have arrested this woman. They were made aware of a disturbing video being shared actually on social media. The video depicting this woman covering the baby's face. This is an 8-week-old baby, tiny baby, face being covered, possibly blocking the baby's airway, and the person also yelling vulgar and nasty derogatory things, pushing the baby's head. So they have the baby. The baby is being cared for. They identify the woman in the video as 37-year-old Vivian Harrell, but they're not saying what is the relationship between this woman and the baby. We don't have that information.
I think we stick the lady in the can, we cover her face, and we allow prisoners to shout derogatory things at her and push her head.
Amen.
Just my thoughts.
It's sick. It's absolutely sick. And yes, as you mentioned, President Joe Biden, former President Donald Trump, we've got this one on the calendar. They agreed to hold 2 campaign debates. The first, June 22nd, hosted by CNN, and the second one, September 10th. I think Nick Kayal is moderating. Oh, no, wait, it was a typo, sorry. September 10th, hosted by ABC. So teeing up the stage for their first presidential face-off. That'll be in just over a month.
I would be in my glory moderating a debate. I actually think that's a great idea, Dawn. I'm going to start pitching that to the TV execs.
I think it would be more entertaining than some of these uptight individuals who interrupt.
You're telling me Dana Bash and Jake Tapper don't move the needle for you?
Oh, man. It's just
low energy.
It'd be a little more, definitely more entertaining.
Yeah.
And then they could debate because if it's November 10th, that'll be a week.
September 10th.
Or excuse me, after the election, November 5th.
Yeah, we should have debates after the election.
Afterwards. that might make things more interesting. Yeah. But no, so you have September 6th for Philadelphia Eagles in Brazil.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll actually be we might be just coming back from our party and first Eagles outing in Brazil.
Yes.
September 6th.
Fresh off of Labor Day.
And then the first home game, as you said, September 16th.
Atlanta Falcons.
And then, so we have a bye week, and then we have 5 primetime shows.
And it's an early bye week, too. I think the bye is week 5-ish, roughly in that area, because you have the Saints, I think, in week 3. I saw a lot of the Eagles guys down the hall for the sports station. 14-3. They're all fanboyed up.
I love it.
I don't see 14 wins on that schedule, but it's not my job anymore.
The last half of the season, they're home.
I know
90% of the games.
They're like only home for I think 2 of the first 8 or 9 weeks of the season.
Yeah.
Remember last year they never played like a 1:00 game. It was always like 4:00 or Sunday night or Monday night. I like my games at 1:00 on Sunday so I can get on with the rest of my life.
Yeah.
I hate waiting all day.
Sorry.
That's why I like doing morning radio.
They should just make it around Nick Kale's schedule.
I agree.
But I was looking at, so before the November 5th election, right before that, it is the Jaguars. So that's a Sunday game.
Dougie P.
So we'll have that Sunday, and then the following Tuesday, the big November 5th election. So it'll be...
Something tells me it's going to be a very, very interesting fall between the election, the Eagles, and the Phillies playoff run again. I don't think we'll be struggling for things to talk about.
No, not at all.
No.
No Christmas, but nothing Christmas. Do we have New Year's?
I don't know.
December 29th against the Cowgirls. So we don't have... I always look at that.
Speaking of the Cowgirls, did you know that Stormy Daniels is a Cowboys fan? As is her husband?
Well, there you go. Another reason to hate her.
Yes.
All right, so we have all that going on. So much happening, but I'll give you our sponsor as we are going up to 71 degrees today. And it, like I say, it'll hold out. The rain will hold out for. We'll have rain tomorrow, but it'll hold out for tonight's Phillies game. And will we go for a sweep? Because obviously we're victorious. If you didn't know, we were victorious against the Mets 10-5. So going for a sweep this evening.
Not that it really matters, but it seems to me like this team's destined to win over 100 games this year, which would be wild.
What's the record is 103, right?
Yeah. And I think the over-under for the team this year was 88.5, 89.5.
I think
they're going to crush that.
I think right now they're on pace to win 113.
Nice.
Unbelievable. I did not see this coming.
So let's talk about Turn 7. Turn 7 is our sponsor this morning. Store closing. Turn 7 must liquidate and vacate. Everything to the bare walls at both massive Turn 7 liquidation centers must go. Thousands of items are now below cost. Hurry. Philadelphia Mills, Moorestown Mall, Turn 7 closing liquidation. Turn 7, our sponsor. So we're at 58 degrees right now, heading up to 71. We remain mostly cloudy, but bright skies today. And tomorrow, unfortunately, the rain moves in. So we're still cool. And even looking into the weekend, you look at the forecast, we're still in the 60s through the weekend. So a lot of rain, a lot of cold weather. Sorry.
Yeah.
Not great.
Yeah, it's like April and May is no different than March now.
May sucks.
Yes, thank you. Well said.
But have you noticed Mondays are always bright, sunny, and beautiful?
Yeah, Mondays and
look at Monday's forecast.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
F this weather.
I know. I am ready for a drought. Give me the wildfires.
We have a long weekend next weekend because of Memorial Day.
Already?
What are we looking at? Let's look at the...
You going to go extended forecast here, Stalker?
Yeah, I'm looking. Next Friday, it looks like 73 and sunny. That's beautiful.
Okay.
Thursday, 76 and sunny.
And
They're always wrong.
And we're off on Monday, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Killing Company News Live.
Thank you very much, Dawn. Good to have you back. 6:13 as we get going for another Big Take on a Thursday morning.
The Big Take on Kayal Company.
And it's brought to you by Wawa. The Big Take, dates for the debates. Double order. You know the big guy loves his ice cream. And when it comes to the presidential debates, Biden apparently wants a double scoop. The 2024 election beginning to take shape as yesterday in the 9 o'clock hour of Kayal Company. The news came down that the Biden administration and the Trump campaign have agreed to debates in June and September. And as Thursday unfolded, there was a slew of updates, debate stipulations, and even a third date mentioned for the Trump v. Biden debates. And it's time to break it all down. But before we get into specifics, here are a few of the things that I absolutely believe. Number one, hardcore political diehards and news junkies like us look forward to this. But my sense is that most Americans probably do not. And the reason I say this is because I believe 98 or 99% of American voters have already made up their minds on the rematch. Number two, I think Donald Trump will absolutely crush Joe Biden in a debate. I don't think it will be close. And number three, no matter how good Trump does or how bad Biden does or how slanted the playing field is in favor of the Democrat, I don't think the content of the debate, the questions, the answers, and who shines or who stumbles will impact voters' decisions. Prime example, let's go back to the 2022 midterm debate between Dr. Mehmet Oz and John Fetterman. But now let's get into all of the details of what is slated to go down. News coming down yesterday around 9 o'clock that Donald Trump has accepted Joe Biden's offer to debate him in June and September. Trump said that the, quote, Commission on Presidential Debates is totally controlled by Democrats and that Biden is the worst debater he has ever faced, end quote. And after Trump said that he is in, Biden said in a post on Twitter that he received and accepted an invitation from CNN for a debate on Thursday, June 27th in Atlanta, Georgia. And if you were looking at the political calendar, we are now scheduled to have a debate before the RNC convention in July and the DNC convention in August. That's a pretty significant development, breaking away from the traditional norms. Joe Biden tweeted the following yesterday saying, quote, Donald Trump lost 2 debates to me in 2020. Since then, he hasn't debated anyone. Now he's acting like he wants to debate me again. Well, make my day, pal, end quote. Here was a short video clip that Biden posted on Wednesday calling out Trump and taking a shot at the end. Listen and watch this.
Donald Trump lost 2 debates to me in 2020. Since then, he hadn't shown up for a debate. Now he's acting like he wants to debate me again. Well, make my day, pal. I'll even do it twice. So let's pick the dates, Donald. I hear you're free on Wednesdays.
In 2020, Donald Trump proposed the following moderators for consideration, which included Brett Baer, Maria Bartiromo, Shannon Bream, Rachel Campos Duffy, Larry Elder, Harris Faulkner, and others. Fast forward 4 years later, here are some of the specifics that Biden's camp wants. No live audience. RFK Jr. is banned. Trump's microphone is muted when Joe Biden speaks, and it can only be hosted by CNN, NPR, MSNBC, ABC, or CBS. And it has to be moderated by a Democrat-aligned reporter. Here's an idea. Why don't we just add more stipulations? Maybe they can blindfold Donald Trump and tie his hands behind his back as well. Here's Michael Tyler, Biden's communications director, laying things out on CNN. Listen and watch this.
It should be, yes, in studio with no audience so that the candidates can clearly articulate their visions for the country.
Is an audience a deal breaker? Is an audience a deal breaker for you?
Listen, it's Donald Trump who said he would do this anytime, anywhere, any place. So I don't think that they should have any problems with what we have proposed. He's the one who said he's ready to go. So we should be set to go once we have proposals in from networks.
More details would come down later in the day on Wednesday as Caroline Levitt of the Trump camp tweeted out that Donald Trump has now committed to 3 debates, one on CNN, one on ABC, and then one on Fox News. So if you want to put these down in your calendar, debate number 1 on CNN, Thursday, June 27th in Atlanta, Georgia. Debate number 2 on ABC, Tuesday, September 10th. And apparently debate number 3 on Fox News, Wednesday, October 2nd, hosted by Brett Baer and Martha McCallum, although according to reports, debate 3 is not officially finalized. But I think this break from traditional debate formatics is clearly a sign of desperation from the Biden camp. I think they want to get him out there to break the mystique of Joe being too old, which he clearly is. They also feel the need to get out there and get in the ring with Trump due to the bad polling numbers that Joe Biden has. And I also think that they want all sorts of stipulations, none of which are going to actually help Biden and none of which will hinder Donald Trump. But does this guarantee that Biden will in fact be the nominee this fall? And so much for the being swapped out at the convention talk. Logic would say so, but there's nothing logical about the last 4 years. The Biden administration might also feel like they have nothing to lose. Think about this. If Joe ducks Trump, he gets criticized and will be labeled as somebody hiding in the basement again like he did in 2020 during the pandemic. If he struggles, which I believe he absolutely will, despite the allegations of being juiced up with something to give him a little pep in his step on the debate stage, it likely won't matter anyway because 99% of Americans are decided on voting for Donald Trump or Joe Biden already. But let me throw in a few curveballs. What if the Democrats are trotting Biden out in June, early, on purpose, very early for this debate, to see the response and how the polling numbers will look after the June polling numbers come out if he bombs in the debate? Think about this. If his numbers plummet even lower, maybe the switcheroo at the DNC gets set in motion for August. And then all of a sudden, the September debate is Donald Trump v. Gavin Newsom. Greg Stocker doesn't think these debates will happen. He said that yesterday, and he's not alone. Yesterday on Fox News, Kagan McDowell, co-host of Outnumbered, claimed that President Joe Biden's offer to debate Donald Trump is actually a ploy to avoid the former president. Listen and watch this.
A pull on my deplorable hayseed hick hillbilly overalls. Because this feels to me like a ploy by Biden and company to avoid actually debating. So you eliminate the commission. You negotiate directly with President Trump's people. So how's that going to go? Biden and company will throw sand in the gears and claim that Trump and his team won't make a deal by making all of these demands and then some, because there's not going to be any objective third party to come out and tell the truth about what the real demands are. So they will make demands potentially, and then Biden will maybe tank this on purpose. I don't think these debates happen by design. That is just what my gut says. And by the way, not only did President Biden, by saying, I hear you're free on Wednesdays, the American people already know that this is a political prosecution. So that's a terrible look. But they also edited that video 5 times. So he wants to be like TikTok, but also it raises the question, can you not get through 13 seconds without 5 edits?
Yeah. You know,
RFK Jr., if he gets to 15%, what are they going to say to him? Because that's also a rule here.
Speaking of RFK Jr., the report coming out yesterday from Axios, and I quote, RFK Jr. has now accused both campaigns of, quote, colluding against his campaign to avoid discussion of their 8 years of mutual failure. The Trump and Biden campaigns recently held back-channel conversations about cutting the commission out of the process. That according to the Washington Post. And according to Axios, the magical number of 270 electoral votes. Kennedy recently scored one poll at 16%, as Harry Enton pointed out on CNN earlier this week. Kennedy currently on the ballot in 4 states with ongoing efforts in 38 more. I personally cannot wait for these debates. From a professional content standpoint, from a personal standpoint, as I'm sure many in this audience can't either. But I do get the feeling that the truth is this. Most people do not care. It won't move the needle for most. And most have already made their minds up. But I'm still going to have my popcorn ready. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And it's brought to you by Wawa. Spice up your sandwich routine at Wawa. Try a Honey Hot Club, panini, ciabatta, or hoagie from Wawa. Made fresh when you order it, because you got to have a Wawa. 855-839-1210 is how you jump in on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, be a part of the Kayal and Company comment community on YouTube. Just go to youtube.com/@1210 WPHT and hit the like and subscribe buttons. We'll get everybody's thoughts on the debates, the theories. Will it go off? Any stipulations that could be added between now and June as we continue live and underway here on this Thursday morning. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tired of your old kitchen or bathroom? You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They offer no shortage of solutions for any room in your home. With a new vanity and a tub shower conversion, you'll love that new bathroom. Plus, an industry-leading warranty, a 10-year recipient of Lehigh Valley's top workplaces. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your remodel. Get your free in-home consultation today. KitchenMagic.com. 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 Tell them Dawn sent you.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Imagine a world where animals and humans coexist in harmony, where wild animals thrive, habitats are protected, and marginalized communities are empowered. At International Animal Rescue, this is our vision. Our holistic, community-led projects not only rescue animals, but also protect and replenish precious habitats, creating a better future for us all. But we can't do this without you. Show your support now and help keep the wild, wild. Visit internationalanimalrescue.org.
Hey Philly, it's Ike Reese. In the city of brotherly love, the only thing we love more than our teams is great savings. And with unlimited welcome from Verizon, you can save big, even if you're on a single line. For a limited time, single lines start at just $50 a month when you bring your own phone. With auto pay plus taxes and fees, that's a savings of $15 a month. And when you switch, now you can save on the things you love, like Netflix and Max, all on the most awarded 5G network. Now that's a real win. There's never been a better time to switch to the network America relies on. But this offer won't last long. Visit your local Verizon store to switch and save big today.
$180 BYOD promo credit and $360 local promo credit applied over 36 months. For new customers with one line on your own 4G, 5G phone on unlimited welcome plan required. Additional terms apply. Auto pay and paper-free billing required. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. $10 a month for each My Plan perk. Additional terms and conditions apply per perk.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-688-6641. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Time! Great workout, Rock.
I'll hit the showers.
Not anymore, Rock. I went to Half Price Hot Tubs and got a nice hot tub and infrared sauna.
Hey, yo, Mick, how many rounds did you go to get that deal?
At Half Price Hot Tubs, you always get the best price on the best brands with more inventory than you have sequels.
I'll get one for me and Buckus.
Half Price Hot Tubs sale ends soon. Save an additional $500 and get our unique chemical-free system at 0% financing.
Oh, yeah. All you griddle gurus best get your game faces on, cause it's gorilla season at Gerhardt's. And that means all systems go for great deals on the latest grills that'll sizzle your grizzle off. Whether you're a tong man or spatula lady, Gerhardt's Appliances has all the propane-powered patio powerhouses to turn that frozen filet mignon into a fire-grilled filet mignon.
For more than 50 years, Delaware Valley homeowners have called Oliver for their heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Leaky faucet, clogged drain, Oliver's expert plumbers can handle that. No power, outdated electrical panel, Oliver's licensed electricians can help. No AC, Oliver has same-day service, flexible financing, and the industry's best warranties. For fast service you can trust, call Oliver today or visit online at oliverheatcool.com.
Planning a wedding? Enhance the experience with a rehearsal dinner or reception at Del Frisco's Double Eagle Steakhouse in Center City, Philadelphia. Experience the Del Frisco's difference for all your wedding festivities. For more information, call 267-817-3867.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal Company, 6:29. Happy Thursday to all of you. Hopefully your workday off to a good start. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, the full team back together again. By the way, shout out to my sister. It's her 37th birthday.
Wow.
Today. Yep.
Nice.
37 for my sister Erin. The nice work out of her.
Yeah.
Wait till she gets 40. She'll start to feel like me, and she'll be miserable. But that's just to be expected when you get a decade older. 855-839-1210. So I'm curious to get people's thoughts on everything that played out yesterday as this debate has come together, and it's come together very quickly. Definitely feels orchestrated and coordinated. A lot of stuff behind the scenes between the Biden administration and the Trump administration. And then all of a sudden we've got dates, we've got locations, we've got networks, we've got rebuttals on truth, we've got tweets, we've got videos, the whole bit. Bobby Kennedy probably feels like everybody's colluding against him. You know, once again, Kennedy is the odd man out. At this point, we'll see how things play out. I gave you the details as to how he can get in on the CNN debate. Again, you got to be polling at 15% in 4 polls and, of course, be able to reach 270 electoral votes. He's in the ballots, or on the ballots, I should say, in 4 states with 38 more pending, so he probably certainly will not reach that if he does for the June debate, perhaps for September.
He should be there. He should definitely be there.
I would love to see it.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I like if you're a factor, and I know you have your thresholds and your standards and your percentages, but, you know, I've said for every vote that he takes from Trump, there's going to be multiple votes he takes from Biden, and he will definitely be a fly in the ointment, so to speak. So I'd like to see him just because I think it's going to be an epic train wreck, because this is why I'm excited for this, because you just never know what's going to come out of Trump's mouth. And also, you know, Joe Biden is like that pile up on 76 that Stalker was stuck behind yesterday, where you look over and you can't take your eyes off of it. It's a total train wreck. And then you throw in Kennedy with him being a loose cannon, what he's capable of saying, his theories, his hypotheses, or whatever you say, and of course the added element of how painful it is to listen to him with his voice disability, so to speak. I'm very excited. I threw it up on Twitter. If you want to maybe throw this up in the YouTube chat as well for a poll question, I asked the question: what is your interest level in the 2 Biden-Trump debates scheduled for June and September? Super interested, excited, or not interested, if you want to vote on that. Dawn, your thoughts, your takeaways from what you observed yesterday, and how excited are you for these debates?
I think it's great that they are debating. I think the more the better. The American people deserve it. I thought certainly the Kennedy camp putting out there that they think Biden and Trump are colluding against him, that allegation is fair from his standpoint, because the rules are 15%. So if he makes whatever threshold they've put out there, then he should be in it.
Yeah.
But I would be shocked. They always find a way to keep a third party off that stage.
Mm-hmm. And you've also heard that Trump has committed to the 3rd debate coming up in October on Fox News apparently Brett Baer, Martha McCallum, who traditionally usually moderate a lot of the debates on Fox, have been scheduled, although there's conflicting reports as to whether or not that is confirmed. I don't know that the Biden campaign and the Biden administration has committed to that. And then, of course, yesterday you also had Trump saying he would like to do 4 debates. I think he said something to the effect of June, July, August, and September. So he wants a plethora of debates. But the first one will be on June 27th on CNN in Atlanta, Georgia, as CNN has tapped Jake Tapper and Dana Bash. They will moderate the first one on the network. And I was thinking about this, from a standpoint of, all of these different stipulations, a lot of which I don't really think is going to hamper Donald Trump. Like, they're going to mute him. They're going to cut his. I've been saying for years that even though I like the live studio audience, I would like some of the microphones to be faded down. I want a little bit of combativeness and talking over each other, but not to the point where it's painful to listen to, because I've always thought that 2 people constantly talking at the same time is a train wreck. So I do like the fact that they will. But here's the other thing I want. In fairness, if you're going to mute Trump when Biden speaks, I don't want CNN speaking over Trump and doing the live fact-checking BS. That's up to the American public to decide what is real, what is fake news, what is misinformation.
They're going to have to, though. If they're afraid of, they're going to be afraid of what happened to Fox might happen to them. So they're going to do that.
You mean like in regards to Dominion?
If there is any sort of election talk or voter, Dominion talk, they are 100% going to fact check it, because they're not going to want to get sued.
Do you think they'll talk over him? Do you think they'll cut his mic off? Do you think they'll hit a dump button? Because if you remember, the last time we really talked about a CNN debate, Caitlin Collins was being fed stuff in her ear all night long. I mean, she was constantly trying to fact check while being a moderator, right?
I was that's my theory. I don't know.
I think you're right, though.
I mean, I believe that, but that was never confirmed. I think it would help her if she confirmed that that's what was happening, because it was, remember that how annoying it was?
Well, and it was almost, I don't want to say too good to be true, but it was like either she's incredibly bright and just memorized everything and knew where Trump was going to go, or there was somebody feeding stuff to her. I have to believe that your theory is very likely the most plausible scenario. There had to be somebody in there. No, that didn't happen. Or he said this, or no, the numbers say that. Like, there's no doubt to me. I mean, unless she's just like, she's got like a picturesque memory and she can just recall everything over the last 4 years, which I highly doubt, because, I mean, how can anybody memorize all this stuff, right?
Yeah, and it was just the way that the stress, like, just on her, I mean, just having been there, just working in the business.
Yeah.
There's at a certain point when a producer or multiple producers or director are all in your ear, that was how she came off. She was highly stressed, and she was kind of staccato in her delivery of those situations, which is different than her normal delivery. So that's why I think that multiple people were in her ears, saying, "No, he didn't. You gotta jump in. You gotta jump in right now." And then trying to, it's like that old saying of patting your head and your stomach at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
She just had that stressed, staccato kind of delivery during those.
Yeah.
And the truth is, I think, let people go.
Yeah.
It's okay to let them go, let them speak. And then after, but always say, a lot of what you said, we'll get the pundits in, we'll fact check everything. And you can do that.
Yeah.
But let them speak instead of constantly interrupting.
And the same thing goes to Fox if they do the third debate in October. I don't want Brett Baer and Martha McCallum fact-checking Joe Biden live on the fly. We know Joe's been lying incessantly. One report says that Joe lied 15 times in a 17-minute interview. And again, just yesterday, Biden once again reiterating again that inflation was at 9% when he took over in office, which is a stone-cold lie, because inflation was at like 1.4% when Joe took over. Do your own homework, America. Look up these numbers for yourself. All the facts and the stats and the data is out there. I don't need CNN or Fox interrupting people and fact-checking people live on the fly. So that's a couple of the tidbits from CNN.
No, I don't. I'm sorry.
No, go.
I don't have the Biden campaign confirming that third October Fox debate.
Yeah.
I don't see that official confirmation.
Yeah, I have not seen that either.
By the way, we're speaking all hypothetically, like these debates are actually going to happen.
Yeah, so you still are of the belief that we will not see him?
No.
Okay.
I think we'll see him. I think the fact that ABC confirmed it and the fact that the networks confirmed it,
yeah,
I do think we're going to see it. The only thing that could happen, I suppose, if let's say Biden uses, because we have Michael Cohen back on the stand today, we have all these different trials and prosecutions. So one out, I suppose Biden could use is to say, well, he's convicted or he's facing blah blah blah, and try to weasel out of it.
Mm-hmm.
But once those networks slate it, and they have officially slated it,
probably selling ads.
They're
already.
selling it out.
Yep.
So then, now it looks, the closer we get to those dates, the worse it looks for Biden if he backs out.
What do you guys think of the fact that there's not going to be an audience?
That was the Biden people wanted that for a reason.
Yeah.
The Biden people want the mics to be cut. They want to control as much as they can.
Yep.
Well, let's add. Chris Wallace talked about this last night because he was a debate moderator with Abby Phillip last night on CNN, and he said he likes the lack of crowd because he said that the audience was a quote pain in the neck. This is cut 18, Phil. If you want to roll this up, go.
So there's also this issue of the studio audience or lack thereof. It would be the first time since 1960 that there hasn't been a studio audience in a presidential debate. I mean, personally, I think at this point, it's smart, perhaps, to take it out of the context of sort of public opinion and the kinds of party operatives. What do you think about that?
I do, too. I always felt that the audience was a pain in the neck. Some people are saying, well, that's going to hurt Trump because he plays to a crowd. I can tell you, as somebody who's been on that general election debate stage twice in 2016 and 2020, people aren't playing to the crowd. It is a very intense circle there between the two candidates whose podiums are just 10 feet apart and the moderator who's about 10 or 15 feet away from the two of them. Nobody is playing to the crowd. Now, the crowd does get involved occasionally, and the moderator has to play schoolmarm and turn around and say, be quiet. But I think it's overstated the advantage that it gives either one of them. I don't think either of them are really paying much attention to it, and I think it removes an unnecessary distraction by just saying, as in 60, which it was just done on a TV stage with the two candidates, a host, and a bunch of reporters asking questions. I think it's a very much a positive for the audience, for the millions of people at home who are watching, and that, of course, is the real audience and the real point of the whole debate, so voters can do some comparison shopping.
Yeah.
I think this is all about insulating Joe Biden as much as possible, sterilizing everything and reducing anything that could possibly trip him up, literally and figuratively, because we know Joe could trip and fall at any moment. I think he almost fell again yesterday walking, and he did his little quick shuffle to make it seem like his legs are very strong. So this is about making sure Trump doesn't speak over Biden. This is making sure that Trump doesn't play to the crowd, whether it's cheers or boos for any person. And really what this reminds me of like a boxing match or a sporting event where like Donald Trump is the road team and he's going into a venue where there's limited tickets or no tickets for the opposing team, so the fans can't go. And then the Biden administration is like, well, when we have the ball and we're on offense, we're going to use our football. And it's all about making sure that Joe comes off as functional as possible, because they know that a majority of Americans think he's way too old to be in this situation, in this position, the polling numbers. And I really do think it's still possible. My bet is that Joe will be the nominee. But if he is a disaster in the June debate, you're still going to have time to do the switch in August at the convention, if in fact this June debate does go off.
I still think that this whole thing was scripted because I just feel like it was too much of a coincidence that Trump, Biden released that 15-second ad or that little challenge.
Make my day, pal.
Trump accepted, and within 2 hours, CNN said, "Okay, we have a debate June 27th, and here are the moderators, and this is what it's going to be." They all obviously knew it was coming down.
Well, you've said politics is like wrestling.
It is,
right?
But it was just a little too scripted for me, man. I don't know. Like the whole thing just kind of.
Does that make you lose interest because it seems orchestrated?
Well, I don't know. At first, I like the idea of not having an audience because I think the audience is kind of, like,
a pain in the butt.
Yeah, but now, like, how will it sound? I don't know. It's just too.
It's going to sound like a college debate, right? Like in one of those auditoriums where there's just, because nobody cares about a college debate, nobody shows up to watch a college debate, and you're going to have Jake Tapper and Dana Bash. And as far as, trying to be as fair as you possibly can for CNN, I jotted down 2 names of 2 people that I think would be the most fair that CNN could possibly offer, and I don't think Tapper and Bash are the fairest of the bunch. I would have went with Dana Bash's ex-husband, John King. He seems to be a relatively straight down the middle guy. Kind of reminds me of Brett Baer in a way, just straight down the middle, just giving you the news. And also that guy Fareed Zakaria. He's relatively neutral for the most part, if that's a thing, on CNN. So those are some of the names that I would have went with.
I'm going to have a very unpopular opinion, especially to audience members here. I would have gone with Michael Smerconish.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. YouTube chat already firing off tweets?
He's a talk radio guy, you know what I mean? Like I don't know.
Well, Trump wants Hugh Hewitt. He's a talk radio guy as well.
Well,
you think the talk show hosts are the best guys?
I do. I think that, if you're going to go CNN, he's my first choice. He wouldn't be my first choice on, if it was like I would go Joe Rogan and you know what I mean? Like people who have long I would go Joe Rogan and Howard Stern on it.
Yeah, honestly, that if we're going to make a debate must-see television, here's what I want. Give me somebody left, give me somebody right, and give me somebody somewhat center. So Joe Rogan is, more liberal than not, but he's been very adamant about all the nonsense in this country the last 4 years. Give me Rogan, and then either on the left side, give me Bill Maher or Howard Stern.
Yes.
And then on the right side, give me Tucker Carlson. Give me those 3. I got Tucker, I've got either Maher or Stern, and then Rogan as kind of the just calling it a spade. And I think it would be massive ratings.
I think that Lester Holt was probably one of the best. I don't want a big personality for a debate moderator. So the problem with a Tucker Carlson or Howard Stern, you don't want someone
who's going to
overshadowing and
point.
imposing their own big personality.
Yeah.
For some people, it's not an easy job because you are supposed to be so professional and you are supposed to be fair. You're going by a clock.
Mm-hmm.
And so I thought out of all of them, I think Lester Holt probably did the best job of just being a moderator. And the reason you don't remember him was because he's not memorable.
It's like
because he's doing his job.
It's like a good official or a good referee in a sporting event. The best ones go unnoticed.
Yes.
They don't interject themselves into the storyline.
Yes.
Well said.
By the way, you can tell where Don Stenslin and Greg Stocker's loyalty lies because of the 2 names that we both named, because where the 2 of us got our starts.
Yeah, Lester was. Yeah, full disclosure, he was a mentor back in the day when I worked for CBS. But but I do think, and I think Trump liked Kristen Welker. She was fair.
Yeah.
Why does it have to be I get it, CNN is hosting, so they're going to want to put their people on there, but why couldn't it be hosted, like if this is a presidential debate, why couldn't it be on a bunch of networks and just have a bunch of different, you know what I mean?
So you mean like Fox and CNN and ABC all with simulcast rights?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be fine with me, and then you get whatever preference you want. If you want to hear Brett Barrett, Martha McCallum, put on Fox's feed. If you want to get, the left-wing perspective, put on MSNBC or CNN's. But it's all about probably the ratings for each network and then the ad revenue they can sell. Like CNN's probably going to make a ton of money selling this June debate, right? You're going to have all the mainstream media and the pharmaceutical ads, the whole bit. They're going to be cranking out cash for this one, baby.
Which is why RFK Jr. can't be in it.
Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry, Bobby's not allowed. He doesn't like Pfizer. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, put a bow on the 6 o'clock hour. Still some unanswered questions about the Trump-Biden debates. We'll throw out these questions that still need to be answered, courtesy of Politico. On the other side, it's Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg. We're back after this.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Smokey the Bear. After 80 years of learning his wildfire prevention tips, Smokey Bear lives within us all. Learn more at SmokeyBear.com. And remember,
only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Is this house a good price compared to others in the area? Are prices going up or down? If I don't make an offer right this very moment, will I miss my chance? These are just some of the questions a home buyer might ask. And these are the sorts of questions an agent who is a realtor can help answer. Because realtors have the expertise, data, and access to specialty training to help you navigate the process of buying a home. They provide support, guidance, and have your back every step of the way. That's what realtors do, because that's who we are. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors.
Traveling, volunteering, spending time with family. What's your retirement look like? With income planning from Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor can help you grow and protect your wealth. They'll look at your full financial picture and help you create a flexible strategy that considers things like market conditions and healthcare expenses, so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Visit fidelity.com/income planning. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE, SIPC.
To follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
.651 Kayal and Company. Good to have you in here on a Thursday. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Some great tweets coming in on social media. Hasn't Been Sober says, the fine print in the debate rules are nothing about Afghanistan, nothing about the economy, nothing about Israel, Ukraine, Taiwan, walking, abortion, Ashley in the shower, Uncle Bozy, or bicycles. They can discuss ice cream and Corvettes.
Not a joke.
Hasn't Been Sober with a good tweet. And then maybe Newman Price with the early leader in the clubhouse for Who on Twitter today. He says, that lady that read the names at the Thomas Jefferson University commencement should moderate the debate.
Amen to that.
That would be Joseph Bahid and Dunedoli Trumpi. Yeah.
Trumpi.
By the way, in our very unscientific poll on YouTube,
yes.
What is your interest in debates? By the way, if you want to go over there and vote, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. What is your interest in debates? Super excited? Not at all. 43% say super excited. 39%. And 18% say not at all.
All right.
So, kind of evenly split.
Yeah. Not all the precincts are reporting yet, though.
Not yet.
As we're only 53 minutes into what we call a full 4-hour show here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. So Politico's asking, was this planned in advance? Did Trump get out over his skis? Will viewership be way lower? Will Trump even have his running mate announced? Will Trump be in custody? I would say no to being in custody. Will he have his running mate announced by June? It does not appear to be that way, as he is been kind of hinting at Doug Burgum, but not really willing to go all in, and saying that it'll probably be at the convention between July 15th and July 18th. I do think viewership will be way lower. And apparently, according to Politico, millions of people, tens of millions in this country, do not have CNN. I didn't know that. I mean, I just assumed that your basic package, I guess, would have CNN.
Nobody has basic packages anymore.
No, that's right. The cord-cutting world we live in with streaming. All right, coming up next, hour number 2 is on the way. Mitt Romney says, Joe Biden, you made an egregious error. That's coming from Mitt Romney, of all people. We'll get to that, and Dawn will have some news. Hour number 2 next here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, President of Cherry Hill Volvo.
The plumbing experts at Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating are here to help. Whether you've got leaky pipes, a clogged drain, or a water heater disaster, Hutchinson has your back. And right now, get $50 off any plumbing repair. Same-day service, expert technicians, and a job done right the first time. Need a plumber today? Visit HutchComfort.com, and Hutchinson's help is on the way.
This is Eileen Canestrassi, CEO of Insight PA Cyber Charter School. If you, like many families, are exploring other options for your child's education, consider switching to Insight PA Cyber Charter School. We are an online public school serving students across Pennsylvania and providing individualized, life-ready learning experiences for students from kindergarten through 12th grade. Learn more about how Insight PA can help your family at insightpa.k12.com.
To learn how Insight PA Cyber Charter can set your child up for the future, visit insightpaschool.org.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient of PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the Teeth in a Day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Do you have a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more that you don't need? Well, don't lapse or surrender your policy. You might be sitting on a gold mine. That's right. You may be able to sell all or part of your life insurance policy to Coventry for cash, or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums, even a term policy. Call Coventry Direct at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. For over 25 years, we've helped thousands of people sell their policies, and we can probably help you too. Call us today at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. Call now.
Think identity theft won't happen to you? Think again. There's a new victim every 3 seconds in the U.S., over 15 million this year alone, and many don't even know they're victims. LifeLock alerts you to identity threats you could miss even when you monitor your credit. If your identity's stolen, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft, but everyone can save up to 25% their first year with my name, Clay, as the promo code at lifelock.com.
Hi, I'm Ron Kraszewski, Chairman and CEO of Stifel. Financial advisors, let's face it, if you're not growing your practice, you're losing market share. Stifel is a growing, entrepreneurial, advisor-centric firm built for successful advisors like you. There's a reason why 148 financial advisors joined Stifel last year. Come join us and find out why Stifel is the firm where success meets success. Visit www.choosestifel.com.
Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in a tribute to Philly sports fans at Wildwood Catholic Academy in North Wildwood and at the Ocean City Music Pier in Ocean City, New Jersey.
Alan Iverson, Cole Hamels, Joel Embiid.
My dad set this up. This was actually a gift to us to bring us all together, come see Joe and relive all the Philadelphia history. Come see it. It's amazing.
That's Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood Catholic on June 29th and the Boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey on July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Yo, Roy is Ford. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Mustard. Oh, we are absolutely loaded today. Welcome back in 7:01. Hour number 2 of Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. You want to jump in? 855-839-1210. Very interesting quotes from Mitt Romney. We'll get to that. Also, the Philadelphia Inquirer looking at the issues here for the general election and what voters care about most, specifically in Pennsylvania, and how that might differ from the rest of the country. We'll get to that this morning. Also, Harrison Butker is under attack, and Caitlin Clark sets a 23-year record when it comes to ratings. We'll get to some of those stories as we continue this morning. Cut sheet 7:45, our buddy Sean Farish at 9 o'clock. And before we break this segment, got to tell you about something that's coming back around again.
Uh-oh.
Uh-huh.
Oh, no.
Yep.
Oh, no.
Yep, we will give you
Herpes?
those deets. Huh? Oh, my God.
I
want my Nick, Dawn, and Greg.
Yeah.
Herpes.
We missed you, Dawn.
We did miss you.
By the way,
yeah,
99.9% of people could not identify Harrison Butker 4 days ago.
That's
and
correct.
now all of a sudden everybody has an opinion on him.
Right.
Oh, it's so nauseating.
Because
I bet Kansas City Chiefs fans couldn't.
Yeah. He wouldn't be recognized going into a Missouri Starbucks.
It's true.
It's true. I hope Andy Reid gives him a lifetime contract.
Yeah.
Just to trigger the left.
Now you have failed radio hosts calling him a Neanderthal.
Oh, is that what they're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll get to that story right before the cut sheet, but let's get to the news. 7:02, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live on this Thursday morning. Mostly cloudy right now, 62 degrees. May the 16th, sponsored by Turn 7 Liquidations. So in court yesterday, the authorities listening to and referring to just these what are being described as harrowing 911 calls of victims who were shot to death, allegedly by this Bucks County man, Andre Gordon Jr., suspected of killing 3 members of his own family, his stepmother, sister, and the mother of his children in that rampage that spanned 2 states back in March, making national news. So yesterday was the preliminary hearing, and it was delayed most of the day because Andre refused to leave his jail cell.
Dawn, this happens. When I worked in a juvenile detention facility, there were times where these kids had their adjudication hearings and things like that, and they refused to come out of their cell. Yeah, this stuff happens for sure.
2 words: cattle prod.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
But his attorneys, as well as the prosecutors, gathered there in the Bucks County Courthouse for Gordon's preliminary hearing. It was supposed to start first thing yesterday morning, but officials were saying that they couldn't get him to leave his cell or even speak to anyone in order to get the proceedings underway.
You ought to send Stalker into a prison when somebody doesn't want to get out of their bed and just have him start shouting.
We start at 6 a.m.
We should have that available. You should copyright that so people could put it on their phone to wake up to.
You'll wake right up. You'll jump out of bed like you've been injected with a Red Bull.
So finally, in the end, I will tell you that the court, they had to do some legalese, as it were, because the defense attorney saying, well, this shows a lack of competency. He's not mentally competent, etc. Prosecutors won out and just said, no, we need to move on with this. So they went on with the hearing. Defense attorneys wanted the hearing to be continued, but they had to listen to these 911 calls. And that was from the Bucks County DA, Jennifer Shorn, talking about having to listen to these calls as these victims were on the phone with 911. And at one point, the worst one that just gives everybody chills is the mother is telling her young children to hide under a blanket, under a bed, to hide. And as she's saying, hide, and so she's blocking the door. And then you hear the screaming and then silence.
Yeah, jeez.
So you hear this in real time as these women are being shot to death.
Mm-hmm.
And they identify this Andre Gordon on the 911 call to the operator who's saying, we've got authorities on the way. And so that was, this horrifying, 911 call situation. He's 26 years old. He was arrested March 16th after he was found walking through the streets of Trenton. Remember this? It started in Bucks County and then went over as police had been searching for him. But he's charged with first-degree murder in the murders of his 52-year-old stepmother, Karen Gordon, as well as his 13-year-old sister, Kira, and as well the mother of his own 2 young children that we talked about.
Awful. That was that stretch where we had multiple issues going on in Bucks County at the same time.
Goodness.
Yeah.
So we also had the U.S. Marshals locally here from Eastern Pennsylvania District catching up with a suspect who had escaped Philadelphia police custody earlier this week on Monday. And so this all started with a traffic stop because he was a suspect with an outstanding arrest warrant. That's why Philadelphia police were stopping him in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
So as they were making that arrest, he escaped. He got away with help reportedly from an accomplice. So that part of it is strange. But this individual, 32-year-old Nafish Knox-Schenk, he is under arrest but had escaped, and they have caught up with him, made that announcement. We also have this other story of a woman arrested and charged for putting a 8-week-old baby girl's life in danger. That's the allegation here. And this is in Trenton, South Jersey. Trenton police saying that they've arrested this woman, Vivian Harrell. She's 37 years old. and she's arrested and charged with second-degree aggravated assault and endangering the welfare of a child. So, by all accounts, the baby is in a safe place. They're not identifying whether this person's the mother, the caretaker, but the baby right now is safe and hospitalized and in good care, we're told.
Boy, Dawn, we've missed you these last couple days with these uplifting stories.
Whatever happened to just the random shooting with the bullets that go astray?
Holy Jesus.
I could just go for a normal SEPTA shooting right now.
This is Dawny Downer news.
Oh, my Lord.
I like that. Dawny Downer.
See, I knew you'd miss me.
We did.
And if you missed the big take, Nick gave a great big take about the biggity big debates. Will they or won't they be? President Joe Biden, former President Donald J. Trump agreeing to hold those two campaign debates. All right, here's a non-violent story for you.
Okay.
I love this story that they came out with as far as the Pennsylvania primary back in April last month. The thousands of people who chose somebody other than the names on the ballot. Who did they vote for? So there were all these write-in ballots.
Rich Zioli.
It was, so there were 400 Republican voters and 16,000 Democrats.
Jeez.
But they wrote in names such as Philly slugger Bryce Harper, pop star Britney Spears, former Eagle Jason Kelsey.
Yeah. Eagles. Yep.
And some of the Republican voters, they also, so Kelsey, it sounds like Jason Kelsey won the bipartisan vote.
Nice.
Okay.
So we got that going.
Maybe he could be the face for no labels.
And Republicans also wrote in Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson.
Yeah.
And Republicans also wrote in Sixers star Joel Embiid.
Okay. Well, the process failed on the court. Maybe the process could work in politics.
So how about that? So that's
16,000 to 400.
Yeah.
My God.
So Democrats, I guess, not happy with Biden, just wanted to put somebody else's name in there. So yeah, Democrats were more likely to put. It's interesting. I don't see Taylor Swift's name.
Aww.
We'll have to look through the list.
Dawn, you missed the big news when you were out. Jason Kelsey got hired by ESPN.
Yeah, big bucks.
Yeah,
so
he's going to be on Monday Night Football.
So he went with the money.
He did. He followed the money. Kelseys are all frauds.
They're not.
Amen.
That is a lie. That is blasphemy.
I can get behind that take, Nick Kayal.
Jason's just more tolerable.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's the better. He's the better Kelsey.
He's right.
You're full of it.
He's right.
He's awesome.
Okay.
I love that man.
Okay.
I do. And his wife even more.
Yeah.
Here we go.
She's a sweet lady.
Watch him be neutered by CNN. CNN, ESPN.
It's the same thing.
Watch. I'm telling you.
Uh-huh.
He's going to be doing Pfizer ads in no time.
Oh, they're going to make him shave his beard too?
Like his brother, yeah.
Jason, we think that drinking, the chugging beers with your shirt off is not a good idea.
Yeah. We're owned by Disney. This is a family network.
Well, I think that the fact that I think that he's a smarter, more savvy media guy than you give him credit.
Oh, I think he's, yeah.
You know what I mean?
I think he plays up the Grizzly thing a little bit for effect. Yeah, I don't think Jason Kelsey.
I don't think I think that's who he is.
Yeah, but, it's marketable. So you embellish a little bit. You embrace it. Everybody says, oh, he's the rugged everyman, which he is. But by the way, too, he's very smart. Centers are very underrated in intelligence. They have to figure out a lot of things at the line of scrimmage. Yeah, they help the quarterback get everything on the right page. So centers are usually smart cookies.
Yeah. He's definitely the younger brother who was, remember that? They pulled up his tweets from college and he was taking pictures of squirrels. Remember that?
I could see him hunting squirrels. I could see him sitting in a tree stand shooting squirrels and deers and random animals.
Well, we are sponsored by Turn 7, store closing. Turn 7 must liquidate and vacate everything to the bare walls at both massive Turn 7 liquidation centers. Must go. Thousands of items right now below cost. Hurry. Philadelphia Mills, Moorestown Mall, Turn 7 store closing, liquidation, Turn 7. High today is we're gonna kiss 70 degrees. The sun is allegedly gonna come out for our Phils, hopefully sweeping the Mets as they were 10-5 yesterday.
Yeah, allegedly, by the way. It's a very good word, Dawn. Allegedly. You got to be careful these days with the weather.
That's
allegedly.
Right. Tomorrow, 72, allegedly the sun coming out for your Friday. I don't know. And the weekend, it's just not great. I'm not going to promise anything. The weekend looks just chilly and kind of raw with rain popping in and out.
That's why Bill and I are golfing today instead of this weekend, because the weather's going to stink. Yep.
Smart. This is Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Speaking of things that require some semblance of athletic ability, guys, gals, we're only 9 weeks away from the Bend to the Shore bike tour. It's coming back again.
Oh, no.
Sunday, July 21st. I'll give you all the details in about 2 or 3 minutes here. But it's time to start revving it up. We're going to have Team 1210 again. We want your donations. We're going to give you the discount when you register using our promo code. I'll give you some of the specifics. But I'm looking forward to it. The guy who trained me last year, the great Dave Madden, sent me a text yesterday. I told him right after Memorial Day, we'll start training again. We'll get about a 4 to 6 week training camp in. The only question is...
Oh, no. Will Don Stenslin do it?
What is more likely to happen?
Exactly.
Will the debates go off, or will Stalker get on the bike and do the 65 miles?
I will get on the bike when RFK Jr. gets in the debate. Where are you? Hello?
Come on, you have to do it, man. You've done it before. You've done it multiple times. You've completed it once.
All right.
If I can do it.
Twice.
So you've completed it twice.
Maybe twice.
Maybe twice. He doesn't remember.
It was a long time ago, man. Come on. A lot has happened in my life since then.
All right, here's the deal. I'll even give you a discount. How about this, Dawn?
What? Oh,
I'll let you do the 30 miles from Hamilton.
Wait, hang on. Is it just if I'm riding, then this show needs to ride?
Okay,
it's not just me.
So you
Anthony
want Phil,
Dorenzo,
Anthony, and
Phil,
Dawn.
and Dawn. And Dawn Stenslin.
I'm going to give Dawn special dispensation
Why?
to decide.
Because she's a woman?
No.
That's sexist.
No, she's got a lot going on with
Ladies'
Larry and
tees.
the boys.
Ladies' tees.
Yeah, Dawn, you want to do the ride from the 30-mile mark from Hamilton?
See, I've gone to this for years, covered it for years.
Mm-hmm.
I'm good for the after party.
All right.
But I've never done I've actually never done the bike ride.
Here is my so last year we raised for Team 1210, Team Kayal and Company, we raised $15,000.
Okay.
If the audience generously ups that to 20?
20.
If we can raise $20,000 this year on Team Kayal and Company, I will ride.
Okay.
Okay?
So this might not come down. I mean, we might not hit the 20,000 mark until Friday, July 19th.
Well, I'll start training.
No, you won't. You're not going to train. I got to tell you, I'm so confident after getting it done last year that I don't think I need to train for one single day.
Kevin, stop.
I don't think I do.
Kevin Pools, if you're out there, my friend, please redirect GregStockerSucks.com to the donation page for Kayal and Company.
Yeah. Yes. Do that right now, Kevin. Immediately. ASAP.
So we can make it easy. GregStockerSucks.com to make your donations.
For families.
All right, let's hope that Phil and Anthony are actually listening and paying attention to the show.
They're not.
Can we maybe fade their mics up? Can we get them to commit? Anthony and Phil, will you guys ride if we hit the 20,000 mark? Will you ride even if we don't? Or am I the only guy that's got to do the whole 65 miles? Which I have no problem doing.
I can't.
Here's Anthony's like this. I got to ask Mary.
I don't know.
If you guys want to come in, just come in the studio.
Yeah, you just come in the studio,
Come on, Aunt.
send us a text, email us, whatever you got to do. But I'm down for that idea. I'd love for the whole show to do it.
91 LSXer says, I'll give $100 if Greg rides the 65 miles on the Pee-wee.
All right, we've got Phil's here. Phil's paying attention.
On the Pee-wee's Big Adventure.
Anthony's probably on the can or something.
If we raise over 20, I'm in.
See?
Now, will that interfere with your concert going or maybe your Knicks or Yankees or Rangers or Islanders or New York sports ventures?
Go in there.
I will make sure if we raise over 20, I'm in.
All right, Phil has cleared out his schedule. If we hit $20,000,
by the way,
Phil Almquist is in.
Let me just say, all this money goes to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. It's a great cause that we will, we're trying to raise a ton of money for. So all this money is going to them. None goes to us.
All right, and
Anthony Dorenzo.
Anthony has consulted with Mary, and the final answer is?
I'm in. I committed to it.
Wow. All right, Dawn, so it's you. Let me turn around and look at you. I know you're not feeling well right now, but July.
Dawn's like, just let me get to noon today with my voice, okay, Stalker?
July 21st.
It's right after the. Am I going to be at the RNC in Milwaukee the previous week?
Yeah,
No.
yeah.
See, I might use this as,
No.
leverage. He's
Take
like,
a 2
listen
week
to
stretch
him.
off, right? Go to Milwaukee, come back, do the bike ride,
We're
go on
live.
vacation. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see you. We'll see you again at Labor Day. How about that?
I have to think about the money because I'm greedy to raise money for our families, so I'm gonna have to think about the money.
Oh,
you gotta get the boys to do it.
Yeah, I gotta think about this.
Get Larry
Yes,
to do it.
okay. That is a good concession, Don Stenslin. If one of your children does it, or if Larry does it, I would love it.
Oh my God, Larry did this a couple years. But
Yeah.
the last time he did it, he didn't wear the right. You're supposed to. You have to Vaseline up.
Yeah.
Yeah, baby.
Your whole lower body.
Right.
You have to wear special bike shorts.
Right.
You want to pound it
Oh, boy.
and then do like a dry rub.
You don't want to dry rub on a bike.
No.
No, you get chafing.
So he couldn't walk. It was like he had this rash.
Tell Larry him and I can be on a tandem bike.
Oh my God.
I just want to see Larry in bike shorts.
Come on, that is awesome.
Come on. Dawn, there are people on the chat that want you to ride.
Yeah. Look, it's very doable. You just have to put sunblock on. You have to, put some lubricant between your inner thighs, and just get used to your wrists and your
Never
butt.
done that.
Your wrists and your butt are the
Yep.
things that take a pounding. Other than that, it's doable.
Since we're talking about it, and this is kind of a live read, can you give the details?
Yeah, let me give you all the details right now. So we are, again, doing the Bend to the Shore bike tour. It's on Sunday, July 21st, and you have a ton of options. You can ride 65 miles from Philly to AC, or you could do the 30-mile ride from Hamilton to Atlantic City. There's going to be a family-friendly celebration at the Showboat Hotel after the ride. You can even register to ride with me and Team 1210. I'll be returning as the captain of Team 1210, and we want you to join whether you're riding or if you're just donating. You can just donate money. If you don't have the ability to ride a bike or whatever, you can just donate and support the cause. The website is ben2shore.org, and when you sign up with the code NICK1210, they'll knock off $25 off of your registration fee.
Nice.
Yeah. So
Wait, does Frank and Horsham want to say something?
I don't know. Does Frank and Horsham want to say something?
Frank,
you go right ahead, sir.
Yeah, this the segment that we had earlier this morning about 6:45 was about Biden and all these restrictions on the debates. Aren't they shooting themselves in the foot? It's almost like some high school kid going out for football tryouts with a broken leg.
Right. Well, to me, what they're doing is they're doing everything they can to make Biden come off as somewhat competent in a debate setting, right? They're going to take Trump's microphone down.
Stupid. It is so stupid to do. Gee, Christmas. I mean, why not pick somebody that's, capable?
Well, here's the thing, Frank. As I said earlier, and I appreciate the call. If Biden bombs, that still gives them wiggle room to replace him at the convention in August. And next thing you know, maybe you're debating. If you're Trump, maybe you're debating Gavin Newsom in debate number 2 on September 10th. That's the thing. But the only thing that I think could the major issue would be if Biden ducked these debates. Because if they think that they can run the same playbook back in 2020 where they really mitigated his ability to trip and fall, so to speak, I don't think you can do that again, right? Like, COVID's gone, so they're going to have to get him out there, and they want to put him in this insulated setting where there's very few things that can trip him up. 855-839-1210.
So it looks like GregStalkerSucks.com goes to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate that, buddy.
Very good.
So you can make your donation there. The name of the game for this, by the way, is donating.
Yeah.
So we want to beat our record last year, which was 15,000. So if we can get to 20,000, we've all decided as a show we're going to ride.
Yeah. I'm riding regardless, baby. I'm ready to go.
And we need people to ride with us, too,
Yes.
right? Road Warrior, our buddy Road Warrior.
Yeah.
I think he has a guy that's going to make a Team Kayal and Company shirts.
Yeah.
So we'll have bike shirts.
Mm-hmm. And then I'll zip right past Road Warrior as the amateur I am while he's on the curb burning a heater. I drove by him last year. Hey, buddy.
Oh, he's gonna kill you.
Yes.
Yes.
You're in big trouble.
I know. 855-839-1210 if you want to get in. Cut sheet is coming up in less than 25 minutes. Let's get to Mitt Romney and also the issues driving people to vote in Pennsylvania. According to the Inquirer, it is complicated. The details on the other side. Kayal and Company, back after this.
Remember, GregStockerSucks.com to donate Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. Help us get to $20. The NBA playoffs have tipped off. You can take some of that money and put it on FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $150 to use on same-game parlays, live bets, championship futures, and so much more. There's no better place to bet on all the playoff action than America's #1 sportsbook. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg to get started right now. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and over. President PA. First online real money wager, only $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm living the life that I lived before I started having knee pain 10 years ago.
Meet Julie, a woman who makes the most of every moment in life. But over the last years, those moments were filled with agonizing pain until she discovered QC Kinetics.
Finally, the pain got so bad that people around me are like, oh, when are you getting your knee replaced? I was walking, hobbling. I listened to my last QC Kinetics commercial and I said, I'm done. I got to find out about this.
What Julie found out was that QC Kinetics treats pain associated with osteoarthritis with regenerative therapies, taking your body's own healing properties and concentrating them in the areas where you feel pain, helping heal and restore those damaged areas. No harmful steroids, surgery, or downtime.
It changed how I'm living. I'm able to do the things that I wasn't able to do for a long time.
Get back your life before the pain. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
We gathered real Pennsylvania seniors and asked them how they would benefit from an extra $1,000. Here's what they had to say.
Everything is so expensive these days.
Car expenses, repairs.
My groceries, heating costs.
Medications. I'm sure I could easily spend $1,000 like that.
Through Pennsylvania's property tax rent rebate program, eligible seniors and adults with disabilities could receive up to $1,000. Check your eligibility and apply online.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
I want to tell you about my friend, my dentist, and the master of dental implants, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. You know, we're approaching special occasion season, graduations, showers, weddings. If you're getting ready for a special event, don't forget your smile, because it's going to be in all the pictures. Get your smile special occasion ready by making an appointment with Dr. Mike today. I've been telling you about Dr. Mike for years. My entire family goes to Dr. Veneria because the level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his staff delivers to every patient is unmatched. He's been delivering results that surpass expectations, and that has made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. So if you've been on the fence about getting that dental procedure done, give Dr. Veneria a call. I promise you won't be disappointed. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, schedule your free implant consultation today for your perfect smile. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
Did you know you can stream Fox News Radio on the free Odyssey app? Just download the free Odyssey app and search for Fox News Radio to hear the voices you trust. Brian Kilmeade.
Why are we so scared of Iran thinking that we're at war with them?
Guy Benson.
Get the bleep out of here. It's disgusting.
Jimmy Fallon.
Then this administration rolled into town with a checkbook.
Are all on the free Odyssey app. From the news and talk to keep you informed and up to date during election season. Listen to Fox News Radio on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
Losing your family's home movies and photos would be devastating.
That's why Legacy Box exists, to preserve your family's recorded moments digitally, ensuring they're safe forever. Think of the time and money your family invested to capture family vacations, birthdays, even your wedding. Recording a lifetime of memories was a commitment. Camcorders cost thousands, and cameras required film and development. Legacy Box is the final step to preserve your family's past. Thankfully, it doesn't require another big investment. Legacy Box is safe, simple, and affordable. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box to convert their analog media to digital. You owe it to your family to safeguard your memories. Become your family's hero and save them before it's too late. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering an exclusive discount when you go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
Hey, Paoli, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company, 728 as we roll on. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on this Thursday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. You can get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us, as many of you do, live on YouTube. We appreciate that. Cut sheet in just about 17 minutes. Our buddy Sean Farish at 9 o'clock this morning. We got so many stories to get to today. We will not get to all of this. Just so much going on. Also, a lot with Biden and the border that we'll probably get to tomorrow, as Joe is now all of a sudden going to get tough on the border in May of his fourth and hopefully final year. 855-839-1210 is how you jump in. You know, I remember we just told you about benttoshore.org and our bike tour coming back for July 21st. Families Behind the Badge. Going to be a great event. We'd love for you to donate and ride, but certainly if you can't ride, we will certainly take your donations. And I'll never forget it. You know, leading up to the race last year, everybody was saying that I wouldn't be able to complete 65 miles. I was getting challenged. I was getting tweeted. I was getting direct messaged. And I remember our buddy Road Warrior preparing me, telling me what to do, and all these people giving me great feedback, great advice to get me ready. And then I remember the day of the race, I'm checking my Twitter, and our buddy Road Warrior's sending me DMs, and he's like, where are you at? I'm over here. Let's go. We're going to ride together. Couldn't find him. But after a few Uncrustables and some bananas and some nice bottled waters the 15-mile stop and the 30-mile stop, I saw Road Warrior, and he was on the curb. And I think he blew a tire. Maybe he had a flat. He had mechanical issues. But I just zipped by him, and I waved, and I said, hey, buddy. I was like Pee Wee Herman doing the little bike ride, like, you know, waving. Yeah, I was like Pee Wee Herman. But Road Warrior is a great listener, and we love him, and he's with us now, and he wants to jump in on the conversation. Road Warrior, how are you doing, buddy?
Good morning, guys. How you guys doing?
We're doing well, pal. How are you?
I'm doing good. Listen, Nick, the Freudian slips, this is the second time you said that you drove past me. As in a car.
This is good.
This is the second time. You don't drove a bike. You ride a bike.
That's a good point. It's a very, very valid, lucid, intelligent point from you, sir. But I made it to Atlantic City, right?
I got to run.
Okay.
Greg, get back to me with those sizes. The first jersey's coming in this week for myself.
I got you, pal.
But
Yeah.
I need the sizes. You got to email me the sizes. They're bike jerseys. They're not shirts. So, and they're cool stuff. Nice, cool weather.
Are you riding? Are you riding with us, or are you going to do your own thing? You got to ride with us.
I'm going to try to stay on like the. My goal is like short side of 3 hours.
Okay.
What, for 30 miles?
Nice. Wow.
No, for the whole thing, Nick.
Oh, you're going to have to step up your game if you're going to do it in 3 hours.
Some people actually ride a bike the whole thing.
Right. I got the police escort from Hamilton Inn.
Well, wait, maybe Nick has one of those little motorized bicycles with the secret battery.
I had AAA pick me up and carry me in. I'll tell you what, the worst part, though, is because you got the adrenaline pumping and you're sweating and you feed off of other people around you and you're riding groups and you push each other. But boy, once you get there and then Wawa catered it last year and we had some sandwiches and some waters and things like that. I couldn't believe people were drinking alcohol after a 65-mile bike ride. It's like the last thing I could go for, and I love to have a nice drink, but not on a day like that. It's the ride back home in a car that is painful. Because you start to cramp up, you get tight, and you realize you have a little sunburn, and you're like, man, I just got to get home and get a shower and get some aloe on me and this, that, and the other thing. 855-839-1210. All right, we got a lot of people that want to jump in on the bike conversation, which is cool. Here's my trainer from last year, the great Dave Madden. No relation to John Madden, I don't think, but Dave is with us. Dave, good morning. How are you?
All right. How are you doing, Nick?
We are doing well,
Dawn
Dave.
and Greg?
Hey, buddy.
Hey.
I know you're in shape. You've been riding all winter, haven't you?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, man.
Indoors or outdoors.
That a guy. What do you got for me today?
Yes. Yeah, so I wanted to propose a opportunity here for Dawn and Greg. I will be training the entire team.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
Either all together or individually. I'll meet each one of you wherever you're doing. And
we actually
Dawn, I know I can get you to there. I know I can get you down to the shore.
We actually don't like one another, so it would probably all have to be separate because we can't.
I'm telling you, the Dave Madden Route 202 training path will get you in tip-top shape. Okay. It did for me last year.
Okay. Well, there's a good trail over by Greg's house, too.
Oh, yeah.
So we could go there. And then the Schuylkill River Trail we could do for Dawn.
There's a lot of good places between Montgomery and Bucks County that you can train for a bike ride. No doubt about it.
We can do this.
Yeah.
We can do this, kids.
Yeah.
Wait. Only if we get to 20,000 raised. 20,000 for Team Kayal and Company.
Okay. And
so
last year we were at 15, right?
People need to, yes.
I don't agree with that.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Greg, you're doing it.
This is all for charity. Yeah. This is all for charity.
And it also has to do with Greg being...
I'm a capitalist and a corporate core. Mark O'Connor, I've known for 20 years. Anything this man gets behind, I get behind because he's just the salt of the earth, good dude.
Yep. And
this is a great cause, and I want to raise as much money as I possibly can for. I just want to raise more money than that stupid.
That's for sure.
That stupid rock station.
Ah, this is all about radio wars.
Yes, exactly, exactly.
I do have a question for all three of you.
Yes.
Do each of you own a bicycle?
I do, but my the tires are all like rotted and it's in my garage. It's cobwebs on.
Stalker's got an old Huffy from '93.
Well, I can repair bicycles too.
Nice.
I've seen him do this. I've seen him pump up my tires in the middle of this parking lot.
Good to know.
Yes.
Good to know.
Dave, thank you so much.
Thanks,
I'll
Dave.
be in touch and we'll crank it up right after Memorial Day. Okay.
Thank you.
Very good.
You got it.
This will be fun.
There he is, Dave Madden from Warminster, who took me all through. I'll never forget the first ride.
Yeah.
We met at the McCaffrey's parking lot, and we drove down. And I said, let me take that back. We rode. Road warrior. We rode. We didn't drive. We didn't drove. We rode our bikes down Skipback Pike, maybe 2 miles, and then we turned back around, and I'm like, this kind of sucks. This is difficult. And then because I didn't realize that it's so much easier when you're on like a smooth path and you're not driving down or I said it again, riding down 202, which is like riding through a war zone. You get a concussion with all those potholes. So you got to find those nice smooth paths. But these roads that we took last year, I mean, you have a little uphill and a little downhill, but it's really not that bad.
All right. So Kevin Pools, thank you, my friend. GregStockerSucks.com, GregStockerSucks.com to donate right now. Help us get to $20,000. And if we get to $20,000, the entire team will ride.
Yes, indeed. All right, 855-839-1210. We'll get to the cut sheet coming up in about 10 minutes. And then I want to give you these Romney quotes on the other side before we get to the cut sheet, as Mitt Romney is knocking Joe Biden for, quote, an enormous error in not pardoning Donald Trump. Where was this 2 and 3 and 4 years ago, Mitt? Back after this here on Kayal and Company.
Hey, we're David and Greg Figueroa,
founders of Melinda's Hot Sauce.
Sometimes brand testimonials feel, well, unbelievable.
So we have a fresh take. Tastemonials.
Comments from real people on the internet who love Melinda's balance of hot heat and fresh, flavorful ingredients.
At 2021 DoWork says, legendary. Nobody does it better.
What was that?
Sounds for fire emoji, touchdown emoji, and 100% emoji.
Okay. At Snack Food Mafia says, I love how they were a thicker hot sauce and not some watery junk.
Love it. At Mushroom writes, best hot sauce west of the Mississippi, also the best hot sauce east of the Mississippi.
Pro tip, that's the whole United States.
Finally, at IGP1 always says, smack so hard.
We love to hear that as much as the FCC.
Set your mouth on flavor with Melinda's hot sauces. Find them at your local retailer or online at melindas.com. That's MELINDAS.com.
Hey, we're David and Greg Figueroa,
founders of Melinda's Hot Sauce.
Sometimes brand testimonials feel, well, unbelievable.
So, we have a fresh take. Tasty-monials.
Comments from real people on the internet who love Melinda's balance of hot heat and fresh, flavorful ingredients.
At 2021 Do-Work says, legendary. Nobody does it better.
What was that?
Sounds for fire emoji, touchdown emoji, and 100% emoji.
Okay. At Snack Food Mafia says, I love how they were a thicker hot sauce and not some watery junk.
Love it. At Mushroom writes, best hot sauce west of the Mississippi, also the best hot sauce east of the Mississippi.
Pro tip, that's the whole United States.
Finally, at IGP1 always says, smack so hard.
We love to hear that as much as the FCC.
Set your mouth on flavor with Melinda's hot sauces. Find them at your local retailer or online at melindas.com. That's MELINDAS.com.
Hey Philly, it's Ike Reese. In the city of brotherly love, the only thing we love more than our teams is great savings. And with unlimited welcome from Verizon, you can save big, even if you're on a single line. For a limited time, single lines start at just $50 a month when you bring your own phone. With auto pay plus taxes and fees, that's a savings of $15 a month. And when you switch, now you can save on the things you love, like Netflix and Max, all on the most awarded 5G network. Now that's a real win. There's never been a better time to switch to the network America relies on. But this offer won't last long. Visit your local Verizon store to switch and save big today.
$180 BYOD promo credit and $360 local promo credit applied over 36 months. For new customers with one line on your own 4G, 5G phone on unlimited welcome plan required. Additional terms apply. Auto pay and paper-free billing required. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. $10 a month for each My Plan perk. Additional terms and conditions apply per perk.
I'm Philomena, founder of Kin Apparel here in Philly. I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies and hats were doing to it. So I made my own satin-lined hoodies and created a business in the process. I've got big dreams, and Chase for Business in Philly was like, all right, how do we get you there?
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, NA member FDIC.
There's nothing quite like local. Local is your weekly farmer's market or homemade strawberry ice cream. It's live music on the corner, yoga in the park, and a chance to try something new. That's why AARP is local, right here in our community, offering free events and enriching experiences that can help with finances, family, and fun. Join AARP Philadelphia and the Barnes Foundation for a free virtual tour of an art exhibit on May 23rd. Sign up now at aarp.org/local.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows, and you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You don't want to miss out on the Memorial Sale at Rescue Natural Supplements going on now with prices rising across the country. Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic 2 bottles, get 1 free, and buy 3 bottles, get 2 free Memorial deals. Stock up on your favorites. Save big with Rescue rollback pricing and generous free bottle offers, whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, or natural pain relief. Everything is on sale. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483 and speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Don't miss this opportunity for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle your health goals. Remember, 2010 rollback prices and the Memorial deals are going on now through May 30th. So go shop res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Do it today.
Get slimmer for the summer by losing a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to NJDiet.com. Get ready for spring with NJDiet.com.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Inside, find a corner where I can hide.
It's Kayal and Company, 7:43. Cut sheet coming up here in 2 minutes. I'm going to save this Mitt Romney stuff for a little bit later because we have the most dedicated, passionate, committed audience, perhaps in the history of radio.
We have $20,000 already?
Yeah, well, we're getting there. Okay. We're getting there. You guys are just unbelievable. We already have 2 donations coming in. Paul, thank you very much. Woo-hoo. Paul has donated $75.
Thanks, Paul.
Paul from Conshohocken. And then AJ and Lynn also dropping $100.
What? AJ and Lynn, thank you.
So we're at $175 already.
Awesome.
Nice.
So thank you very much to all of you.
GregStockerSucks.com. GregStockerSucks.com.
That is correct on many
what
fronts.
What I do for this radio show.
I know, right?
Don't ever say that Stocker doesn't do what's best for business, folks.
Yeah.
A lot of tweets coming in, too, with our poll question about the debates. What is your interest level in the in the 2 Biden-Trump debates that are now scheduled for June and September? Very close across the board. 26% are super interested, 28% are excited, 25% say and 21% are saying no interest. Reno Hightower says, meh, we've seen it before. Nobody is changing their mind. Both sides will claim victory afterwards. Would be really interested if RFK was in the mix. Gentleman E1970 says it will not be genuine. So, meh, I guess he doesn't like the sterilized components of what the Biden administration says the rules will be. AFPV apparently hates both guys. He says 2 ancient, semi-senile, incompetent, corrupt time servers shouting insults at each other. I'll pass. Thank you. And MAGA Man says Biden is the Dem quarterback. His football, less air, so he can throw it better. Sounds like Tom Brady deflating footballs, to be honest. And he says Trump is in the secondary as a cornerback, intercepting everything and returning it for a touchdown. MAGA Man checking in. So mixed bag so far. I kind of anticipated that. I'm super excited for it, but I don't think it will matter to most Americans with what they do from September 16th through November 5th.
Well, we have watch parties.
Oh, Dawn,
Remember
you
that's
another great idea.
I don't know. If there's money involved in it, I'm sure we will.
Yeah.
Come on.
We used to do it. We
I
the
know.
venue.
I would love to do that.
Yeah, I know.
That would be fun.
Eat some wings, have some beer.
The problem is, guys, I hate to say this, a lot of businesses nobody's really excited about this election.
Yeah.
Like, I know in this bubble that we all live in, everybody's like, oh, I'm Team Biden, I'm Team Trump. You know what 90% of the population is saying? Meh.
Yeah, that they don't, as far as they don't care about the debate or the election itself.
Both.
To me, those are two different things.
Both.
I think people absolutely care about the election.
Nope.
I mean, Biden people hate Trump, and Trump people are so desperate to get Biden out of office. Now, as far as debates in June and September, I could see why people are not interested because they've made up their mind. I think as far as now, look, is there a disinterest in the election because some people do want a third option or different options? Yes. But I think come Election Day, November 5th, I mean, we are going to see a passion in this nation of this guy needs to go or this guy can't be allowed back in. I think when we kick the ball off, so to speak,
True.
I think the crowd will be into it.
I think you're right. I just hope Chris Christie is nowhere near, which I know he won't be. I'm being sarcastic, obviously. But remember Chris Christie was the debate prepper before that horrible debate where they really were. It was just an insult fest. You're a clown. No, you're a clown. Remember that whole thing?
Yeah.
And so I hope, I'm glad that Chris Christie won't be. He was the worst.
Yes. All right, 91 LSXer also has donated $100. So the money's coming in.
Thank you.
The money's coming in.
That's my dude. I like that guy.
That's your guy from YouTube, right?
I don't know who he is, but I like him.
There you go.
He's my spirit animal.
He's your spirit animal. 7:47 on this Thursday morning. Let's see what Stalker has lined up for What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Thursday is brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have amazingly competitive pricing, plus an additional $1,000 discount on all new Volvos. Cherry Hill Volvo is where relationships really do matter. Judy Theo7 and the entire team look forward to meeting you. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. I'm going to start with cut 7, Philip. So can we get to this? Can we get to the bottom of this Joe Biden lie that inflation was at 9% when because he's parroted it 3 times.
I know.
His former economic advisor has parroted it, and we actually have the facts to back it up.
Correct.
And then Karine Jean-Pierre was asked about it in the briefing room last night. All right, let's start with cut 7. This is where Joe Biden once again falsely claiming that inflation was 9% when he took office. Cut 7, Phil, go.
I think inflation has gone slightly up. It was at 9% when I came in, and it's now down around 3%. But the fact is that I think people are just uncertain. And that's why.
There you go.
You know, it's amazing the situation and position that this guy is in, because he's either the biggest denier of all time or he's got such bad dementia and mental issues that he doesn't know what he's talking about. And we're just left here to speculate, or maybe it's just a combination of the both. He's a he's a stone cold liar, and also he's been having major cognitive decline. It was not 9%. It was 1.4 or 1.6. And to brag about it now being 3.5% or whatever, it's still twice as much as it was. Like I said this yesterday when you were out, Dawn, you can no longer blame COVID for things, right? Like for the most part, now some of the mental issues, some of the youths of today, the Gen Z stuff, I think is a byproduct and a result of the lockdowns. But anybody walking around today talking about poor economic conditions and blaming the pandemic, I'm sorry, you've reached your shelf life with that excuse.
Yeah, and what I find significant from a media standpoint is when you just look this up, the top news agencies that come up, CNN, fact check, Biden again falsely claims inflation was 9% when he became president. AP, Associated Press News, Biden cites erroneous inflation stat to make his case about the economy. So the top 2 that come up, and then Yahoo, Fox Business, they're not conservative sites. I mean, CNN, number 1, comes up.
Yep.
So I think that's a good thing that the so-called mainstream media, which we know is the left-biased media, but they're even putting this in all of their headlines.
Well, it's undeniable. It's like when the New York Times started writing about a year ago some of the hit pieces on Biden. When you're indefensible, you just can't run away and hide and slant coverage and shift narratives. When it's hitting you right square in the face, you have to address it, and that's what they're doing.
By the way, QJ on the YouTube chat says if the donations get high enough, can Nick do the whole ride on one of those tiny tricycles?
Sure.
On which
By the way,
clowns ride.
Some people did do that last year.
Yeah.
There was one guy on one of those circus clown bikes. Yep.
If the donations get high enough, there's no telling what we'll do.
Right.
GregStalkerSucks.com. The Fox News host burst into laughter after former Obama economic advisor claims inflation was 9% or 10% when Biden took office. This is cut 8. Phil, go.
All right, time for our panel. Doug Holt-Eakin is here, former CBO director, and Robert Wolf is former economic advisor to Obama. Welcome to both of you. Robert, what was inflation when Biden took office?
I
I'll
think
tell
it was
you if you don't know.
9-10%.
No. Come on.
But more importantly,
But more importantly,
3% now, so it's down by
set you up.
2/3.
I apologize. I put you on the spot there. It was 1.4%, and that is fact. So, Doug Holt-Eakin, these are the claims that the president had.
But more importantly, it's 3%.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, he couldn't hear in his little IFB monitor. If you're watching on YouTube, you can see that.
Dawn, have you ever interviewed anybody where they didn't want to answer something and they claimed their IFB was short-circuiting?
Of course. But Sandra, she handled that very well. Where she said, I set you up. It was this. And so I think she was being really gracious, but she was also being firm.
Yeah.
And obviously the guy was trying to spin, and they just laughed it off.
Yep.
I think they handled it really well, and she was gracious. So she gave him a window, she gave him an out. And sometimes I think you have to do that. But the fact that he doubled the has Biden said this now twice or three times?
Three times.
Yep.
Jeez.
Yes. And it's only going to get worse. It wouldn't surprise me when they start trotting Hillary out again and anybody else that they start just regurgitating the same lies because they're all given the same bullet points. That's the level of desperation right now. And, we've seen them be very cool, calm, and collected publicly. And we were pondering this the last couple of days. Why is this administration presenting themselves in such a confident fashion? But now with the debates being scheduled and then lying about inflation, I think they are starting to panic a little bit behind the scenes.
Well, as they should, because one of the worst things Biden keeps doing, and I think this is terrible, is that he keeps blaming companies for shrinkflation. He's putting the blame on companies that, they're the ones raising prices. That's absurd.
Yeah. Well, Joe loves his snacks, so he's the guy. He's an expert. When those Frito-Lay bags are only 80% filled and it's the same price or it's more expensive, Joe can sniff that out in a heartbeat.
By the way, we've already raised $875.
Come on.
That's beautiful.
Thank you, guys. Yeah. All the money goes to Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation.
Yes.
Families of slain fallen officers and their families. It made it to the GregStockerSucks.com, by the way. Keep their donations coming. The question made it to the briefing room yesterday on why Biden claimed twice in 1 week, but this should be updated to 3 times in 1 week, that inflation was 9%. This is cut 9. Phil, go.
I'm going to ask you about how the president talks about inflation. So 2 times over the past 2 weeks, the president said inflation was 9% when he came into office. Is the president misleading Americans on that, or does he just not realize that inflation was 1.4%?
So, and thank you for the question, because I know that we got a lot of incoming on this yesterday. And look, what the president the point that he was making is that the factors that caused inflation was in place when he walked into the administration, when he took office. As you know, the pandemic caused inflation around the world to be by disrupting our economy and breaking our supply chains. As you know, we had to act quickly on dealing with the supply chain. He put together a task force. You saw the president do that.
Yeah, basically, Karine would have been better off saying, she should have said this.
I'm not going to get beyond that.
Or she would have.
I would refer you to the White House counsel.
Or she could recite the Hatch Act, which is not applicable here, but she doesn't know that. It's amazing. And again, I do say this, 2 things. 2 things can be true at once. You can be incredibly bad at your job, which she is. She is probably the worst White House press secretary in the history of this nation. But she also, she has to go up there and take some bullets, right? She has some really bad facts to work with, and it is very difficult to spin what your boss is selling and peddling when it's been debunked and proven 3 times. I mean, how many more times do we have to say it? And she's up there hemming and hawing. I don't envy her.
And I know this is nitpicky, but she owes money to the grammar jar, because looking at their official statement that was in writing, the president was making the point that the factors that caused inflation were in place when he took office. So she wrongly conjugated. She said was, I know this is really nitpicky,
Yeah.
but you can't even read the freaking statement.
Yeah.
Just read it.
See, we are fair on this show. I get crushed for my grammar.
See?
And Corrine gets crushed for her.
By the way, it's not the factors of this and, well, his point was this. It's lie. It's just not the fact is it's not a true statement.
Brian Stelter is offended by this lie.
Yeah. Yesterday, guys, we played a clip of Tony Blinken in Kyiv playing the guitar.
Yeah, war-torn
in
Kyiv.
that whole war-torn country where he's rocking in the free world.
Yeah, baby.
He was there, in case you want to know. That was his night gig. His day gig was going and giving $2 billion in aid to Ukraine.
He dropped off the bag again, huh?
Cut 11, Phil, go.
We have, of course, the supplemental, and the assistance from the supplemental is on its way. In fact, some of it's already been delivered. But today I want to add to that by announcing that we will provide an additional $2 billion in foreign military financing for Ukraine. And we put this together in a first-of-its-kind defense enterprise fund. And it has three components. One is to provide weapons today, so this will assist Ukraine in acquiring those weapons. Two is to focus as well on something that Dmytro just talked about, investing in Ukraine's defense industrial base, helping to strengthen even more its capacity to produce what it needs for itself, but also to produce for others.
You know, I would love to have a sugar daddy like the United States of America that just drops off $2 billion and $1 billion and $5 billion whenever I need it. It's a good life if you can get it. You know, Tony Bruno made a great point yesterday in regards to why are we not seeing any footage of the war? What happened to the reporters being over there live telling us what's going on? And at what point are we going to get to a moment where we draw a line in the sand and say, you know what, the funding has dried up. There's no more money. We wish you the best. Continue fighting your battle. You know, defeat Putin, the whole bit. I'm just so, and I think most Americans are so exhausted by hearing about this war that's going on. And honestly, if we had an honest media that would want to really get to the bottom of what's going on over there, these questions would be peppered to this administration day in and day out. But I think a lot of Americans, even though they're tired of it, the government knows that most Americans move on, right? Like they forget about things. They find the next thing they're outraged about. So Russia-Ukraine is probably not even top of mind for a lot of people right now.
Well, but we do have the images now of Putin. Vladimir, Putin.
With Putin.
Meeting, yeah.
Sean's coming up at 9, by the way.
9 o'clock.
So he's, meeting in China.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a little ominous to see those images of Putin all dressed up in his suit.
Yep.
Seriously, walking up the steps and meeting with Chinese officials, trying to garner support for the war in Ukraine. Those two getting together is to me, that just is not a good sight.
Yep.
And it really bolsters, it bolsters the support and the necessity for even supporting, what Mike Johnson put through, even though it's horrifying to me. It's horrifying to all of us. You look at CNBC, I think they had big articles, Wall Street Journal, talking about how much we give to these foreign wars and we're the police of the world. And even though technically our soldiers aren't there, but the truth is with this site today, I think, what are we going to do? Allow China to now support Russia and those two collude and get into this and crush Ukraine? Biden has now gotten us into an impossible situation.
He is such a foreign policy softie.
Nightmare.
My God. By the way, we just got a $500 donation.
What?
$500.
A meat.
Yes.
Oh, Meat's the best,
Meat,
man. I love
rock.
that guy. Thank you.
Thank you for that good feeling right there, because we're talking about Dawny Downer stuff. And Meat comes in and saves the moment.
Meat, do you really want to give us $500 or would you rather give it to Zelensky? You can still ship it to Ukraine if you'd like, Meat.
GregStockerSucks.com. All the money goes to the children, the families behind the Badge Children's Foundation. Gavin Newsom claims that California is the... I can't even say this with a straight face. I don't know how he did. We'll let him say it.
Okay.
This is cut 10. Phil, go.
If there's any good news, and I'll close on this officially, state of California see a decline in veterans homelessness. We have a national model. What Proposition 1 did is it reinforced that model, provided more resources to advance that model, and we're very excited to get those dollars to work.
The National Blueprint for Homelessness in California.
California is the blueprint to make America great again, says Gavin Newsom.
Good God, man.
Dawn, we just talked about this story yesterday where in San Francisco they are giving homeless alcoholics free vodka, beer, and wine. And this guy's talking about cleaning up the streets of California. He's been saying this for 18 years. Guy is a disaster. By the way, a medium bag of Doritos in California today goes for $6.29 a bag.
Well, to be fair, you shouldn't be eating Doritos anyway.
That's true.
Hideous.
Too expensive to die from.
You know who we haven't heard from in a while? Dylan Mulvaney.
I was actually feeling pretty good that I haven't heard from him.
Well, we haven't really heard from Dylan recently, but I just wanted to play this clip for you because there's a new news story. There's a new twist to this. Dylan fled to the U.S., to Peru, to feel safe, okay?
He left the nation.
So went to Peru and talked about how, I didn't feel safe in the United States, so I had to go to Peru. Here's just a little bit of that, and then there's an update on this. This is cut 12. Phil, go.
Hi, is this an okay time?
No, never
okay,
is.
Surprise! I'm in Peru.
Go away.
And I'm at Machu Picchu. Isn't this just so beautiful? I'm here by myself, and I used to do a ton of solo traveling. I'm telling you, it's the best. If you could ever do a solo trip somewhere, it is such a good way to get to know yourself better. But I came here to feel something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I definitely have. I've done shaman ceremonies that were like 10 years worth of therapy. It was wild. I've seen a lot of llamas, and the people here are so kind. I feel very safe here. It's a little sad that I had to leave my country to feel safe, but that will get better eventually.
Okay, so had to leave his country to feel safe.
And had a bunch of therapy, yet is still looking like Pippi Longstocking.
Okay, a little update for you guys. Peru just passed a bill classifying trans people as mentally ill.
Oh, so like when Nick Kayal says, I think these people are having mental health breakdowns, I'm not just, whistling Dixie out my keister. There's actually nations that think this is a medical diagnosis.
So, so went to Peru to feel safe, but in Peru would be classified as mentally ill under a new bill.
So is Dylan flying back to the States?
I'm not sure.
We haven't done that in like what Peru does now?
I just want people to realize that whenever everybody's like, oh, I have to get out of the United States because it's too oppressive here. Yeah. What goes on in other countries, okay?
Yes.
Like the Queers for Palestine and all that crap. You'll be stoned. Yep. In Peru, you're going to be you're considered mentally ill under a new bill.
Yep.
So stop.
Yeah.
Things aren't that bad here, guys.
Yeah. And if you encounter somebody in the United States, Dylan, that doesn't want to address you by your preferred pronouns, just know it could be a lot worse, pal. Okay? Yep. It could be a lot worse in Peru, any other third world country, certainly the Middle East. I never want to hear anybody talking about supporting Gaza again if you identify as LGBTQ+. I'm just so tired of having to repeat it over and over. They will cut your head off. You're not there. They don't like you, okay? So just stay in the United States, accept the fact that Trump could win, and your life will go
on. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT, YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. We're streaming live. Please hit the subscribe button. Please hit the like button. If you want to see this video here, this is a preschool teacher that is excited that conversations about pronouns and genders come up in her classroom.
Okay.
Mind you, this hits home for me because my son's in preschool, so these are 3- and 4-year-olds talking about gender.
Is your
in a classroom?
Is your son starting kindergarten this fall or next fall?
Next fall.
Next fall. Okay.
Luckily, where we send him, there's none of this, so like I'm happy about that.
They stay in their lane.
But it just all of these clips we see, it seems to me that they're talking to children, like 3- and 4-year-olds.
Right. Right. Where at that point, all the kid wants to do is stick a Lego in his mouth.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Doesn't know, can barely get genders right.
Right.
Like, is so-and-so a boy or a girl?
Right.
A boy. Yeah, it's a girl. Like, yeah, it's a girl. That's what I said. This is cut 13, Phil, go.
trans and work with children but not pass as the gender you identify with? Let me tell you. I work with preschool age children, about 3 to 4 years old. I guess my boss sent out an email to like the staff and the parents of my room, letting them know that I'm trans and like what pronouns I identify with.
Oh,
and
God.
stuff. My coworker is great. She has never misgendered me. And when I'm in different rooms, some of the kids will ask me like, are you a boy or a girl? Because my hair is kind of like a mid-length, but it's short enough that it applies to the kids' logic of like boys have short hair and girls have long hair kind of thing. On my first day in the room, one of the kids asked me how I'm a boy if I have this thing. And then she pointed at like her nose where my piercing is. I've actually had kids correct other kids on my pronouns, saying that he's not a she, he's a boy, and like correct other kids.
God.
It's so cute. I've seen parents correct their kids too. The other day I was leaving work at the same time as one of the kids, and she was talking about me to her mom, and she was like, yeah, like, no, but she doesn't, whatever. And then the mom was like, yeah, like, he doesn't do whatever, and, like, kept talking. And I was like, that's
What a
just
linguist
so
she
nice.
is.
No one's made it, like, an issue. They're still, like, having these conversations. It's just literally the sweetest thing ever. Like, on one of my, like, first days, one of
Like,
the parents
oh my
dropped
God.
off her daughter.
Yeah,
And
everything
she asked
begins
me
with
if
like.
her daughter had called me a girl the day before, because apparently, I guess, she had told her mom that. And I was like, no, they just call me my name, because we're usually talking to each other. And she was like, I'm sorry if, she called you a girl. We have a lot of books at home. And I was like, that's so nice. Like, she didn't have to, but she did. I've just had such a great experience. And
Oh, that's 48 seconds of my life I won't
Sorry.
get back.
I'm
Phil
sorry,
Almquist
guys.
wants to know why she's dressed like an Oreo. Unbelievable.
YouTube.com/at1210WPHT if you want to see.
So I could go on and on about, all the stuff that these teachers are doing to young children with the pronoun obsession, but here's my question. This is something a little different, and maybe I'm old man, get off my lawn. Maybe this will resonate with some of my audience, but some of people will tell me to just relax. But is it okay and acceptable for teachers to be teaching kids with nose rings in? Like when did we lose the decorum as a professional, as an educator, where we've got teachers now with two different bull rings in their septum? Is that an acceptable look for a teacher?
All right, I'm gonna defend that a I mean, really.
I have no problem
Come
if
on,
you
old
pierce
man.
your nose.
Old man, get off my lawn.
Does she wear that when she's teaching?
By the way, it's not about this person. I don't care what they identify as. I don't care what gender they are. I don't care who they sleep with. I just don't think that it belongs with the 3- and 4-year-olds.
It doesn't.
Or 5-year-olds, or
It
6-year-olds,
doesn't.
or 7-year-olds, or 8-year-olds, or 9-year-olds.
This should be, you want to start going down that road. To me, I don't like it in public schools, period. But I don't know, 8th grade. When did we start doing sex education back in the day?
Yeah, it was
when
like 6, 7,
12,
grade.
13 years old?
I guess.
When you hit
sure.
puberty?
Yeah.
What strikes me about this, I would love to know this. So this individual is a kindergarten or pre-K teacher?
Pre-K.
Pre-K.
3- and 4-year-olds.
So 3- and 4-year-olds. So that's one of the things that my stepdaughter Stacia. So she's a teacher, and took off because she has 3 little ones right now. But she did this video when she was even still in college with this little boy, age 3, and the year, and obviously the parents gave permission. It was this incredible video that she did, marking the progress of this little boy from the beginning of the year, a 3-year-old, and what he learned in the class, because she's an amazing teacher. And so just learning, the alphabet and math and subtraction, and you could see his self-esteem. You could see how proud he was, this tiny little boy.
Yep.
And it was a beautiful video that she put together for, part of her education final year in college. But my point is, it was all about this little boy named Henry. And it was captivating. She did a beautiful job, but none of it, you didn't even see her.
Right.
And you saw her hands work. None of it was about her. You learned nothing about her.
Right.
Except you knew she was a wonderful teacher.
You know what my son learned about yesterday? The letter L. They drew the letter L. They traced the letter L. They had words that started with the letter L. You know what word? You know what phrase? What thing wasn't up there for the letter L? Lesbian. Because
liberal.
It's not appropriate for my son to know about lesbians.
And kids are so impressionable at that age. So if this is about confusing them, which I think a lot of it is, they're going to start believing that maybe they're not a boy and they are a girl. I mean, if you tell a 4-year-old he's Batman, he probably will believe it. That's how kids are at that age. That's how vulnerable these children are to this ridiculous ideology.
Can we start screening these teachers a little better, please? I'm dead serious.
Yeah, scrub their social media. Check everything out.
It is so important. We should, first of all, we should pay them more. We should screen them better and pay them more because, honestly, what they're doing is such a service because, you know, when you have two working parents, you know what I mean? Like you need to, it is an important job what they're doing. So we should pay them more, and the screening should be, you know, if you care about pronouns, this and that, you're out.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but the reality is, I think, and this is just my opinion, if you guys disagree, let me know. I just think the teachers union's too powerful. They're one of the most powerful unions in this country. And, you know, we saw what happened with Randy Weingarten and all the stuff that was released over the pandemic. You know, just, I don't know when this started. This had to be right before the pandemic or during the pandemic or right after. But I swear, go back to 2018. I never heard of a pronoun story in school, ever.
Well, you wonder, first of all, because kids were Zoom learning and the parents were forced to be home because they were Zoom working. And so you do wonder how long all of this was brewing because, in essence, that's when people realized it. All of a sudden, parents are like, what is the teacher talking about? What's happening there? And so that's, I think, when people became aware. But the point is, let's just say for a moment that person that you just played is a heterosexual male or female. And all they're talking about is, you know, their married life. I would feel the same way.
Agreed.
I would say, this is not about you. That individual never spoke about the children and what they learned. That individual, the only time they mentioned the kids was to say, oh, they corrected so-and-so on my pronouns. And so the focus is all about the teacher. And you're right. That is how the union is. We learned that in the pandemic. The focus was not on the children.
Nope.
Focus was not on learning. It was all about the teachers' union and or the teacher.
Yeah, I don't understand this whole.
And I don't want to paint with a broad brush. I think there are a lot of teachers that don't do this stuff. But there's a sizable portion that do. I don't know if it's 10%, 25%, whatever it is. It's just one of these things where, you know, and then the worst part is the broadcasting of it when they're in their classroom on TikTok or after school talking about it. I mean, there's got to be some, you know, administrators out there, principals, superintendents. They need to start putting some of these policies in place where they're not going to have these conversations on social media about pronouns and children and things like that. It's very, if you're seeing it for the first time, and we see this all the time here on the Cut Sheet, but if you see that for the first time, you're probably like, what in the world is happening in our public schools?
Yeah. Yeah, like my son's teacher, I'm not gonna name her, but they call her Miss, you know, so and so, and her first name, and I'm like I guess if you're a teacher and you are a Miss, but you don't go by Miss, you go by Mr. Like, can't you just, for the sake of not confusing 3- and 4-year-olds, just go by Miss?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Since you're biologically female.
Yep.
That's my whole point with this, is that because then it becomes this weird conversation. They have to go down these rabbit holes, and your parents have to explain it, and then like the whole lesson becomes about gender. When I just want him to learn about the letter L.
Right. And wipe his nose with a tissue because there's snot coming out, and don't put the Lego in your mouth.
They still have nap time, for God's sake.
Oh,
We're
so do
teaching
I.
them about gender.
Well, I have nap time too.
Christ almighty.
Coming up in 3 hours and 40 minutes.
Secretary Becerra was grilled about withholding funds from religious hospitals that refuse to provide sex change operations for young children. Okay. Let me say this again. She says, we will withhold funds from religious hospitals that refuse to provide sex change operations for young children.
Okay.
This is cut 5, Phil. Go.
Would you tell me today, can you commit here today that your department will not withhold federal funding from hospitals or doctors who refuse to provide the gender-affirming care that you are, mandating if it violates their religious beliefs?
So now, Congresswoman, recognize you're going somewhere completely different. First, you started talking about how a doctor should have the rights to not offer particular care. Then you stretch it out to provide for the system-wide services that are
Yes,
being
you've
supported. Very
put out
different.
this guidance.
Very different.
You've put out this guidance, and doctors do need to know.
Yes.
What are you going to do if they refuse to provide this care?
A doctor, if that doctor has religious objections, that doctor under these rules is not required to offer
Okay,
the
so
care.
you're committing here today that you will not withhold federal funding,
Doctors don't get federal funding, ma'am.
but the hospitals do.
Okay, so now talk to me about the
Are you saying that the...
Don't confuse the two.
Okay.
A doctor's not a hospital.
But the doctors are working in these hospitals. Are you going to say today, are you committing that you will not withhold federal funding from those healthcare facilities?
If a healthcare facility is violating the law and not providing the service they're required to,
we
they are
knew
not
that
entitled
you
to the
would
resources.
withdraw federal funding.
There you go.
Obviously, there's a lot of in-the-weeds stuff between the practitioner and the place that the person practices and where the funding comes from. I can just say this. If I was a doctor that was qualified, what type of specific doctor title would do the gender-affirming surgeries? Is what is that, an OBGYN? I'm not sure what the specific doctor is, but I could not, if I was a doctor skilled and qualified and trained to perform those procedures, I, as a doctor, could not, in good conscience, do this to a minor. Now, to me, it's different for an adult. And again, I say, if you're 18, you're an adult. If you're capable of going overseas and getting your head blown off in a war and you want to chop off your breasts, knock yourself out. But I have no idea how a doctor, knowing all the data is out there, that this is largely many people that are well qualified and far smarter on the subject than I am, believe that this is a phase and a trend that kids grow out of. I couldn't live with myself if I did a procedure like that, and then that individual at 13 years old, when he became or she became 21, regrets what they went through. I wouldn't be able to live with myself. You're a doctor, you make good money, you can find other ways to keep raking in the cash. I wouldn't participate in this with minors.
Well, part of this is an issue, not just so first of all, the plastic surgeons and the different, you have to be, I believe, a certified plastic surgeon.
Okay, that's what you have to be.
So there's top surgery, so whether they're creating breasts and nipples, which is a complicated surgery, or whether they're removing them.
Can you imagine?
No.
I don't mean to cut you off, but can you imagine studying for so long to become a doctor or whatever and plastic surgeon, and your life's mission is to turn a male member into a female member? Like, who even started that? Is like, well, with this thing, we could actually cut this and turn it into that thing.
Like they're playing with Play-Doh.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, who was the person that first decided that is what they wanted to do?
Somebody that probably did the math and realized it's a $30 billion a year industry by 2030.
I doubt most people right now at this juncture got into that for the purpose that you said.
Yeah.
Think about it. They probably got into it, and not even just for cosmetics. The number one reason is, let's say, for with breasts, you think of breast cancer.
Yeah.
And so the reason I think a lot of people got into this industry was even people who've been mutilated or people who've had cancers, that sort of thing. And so they're doing this for altruistic reasons. So to the point of the clip that you played, think about that. You get into this business and you are an expert with a very specific skill set.
Mm-hmm.
And some of them, even at children's hospitals, they come from around the world where they've been burn victims and they're trying to reconstruct somebody's face or body, etc. And you think about that skill set.
Yeah.
And now this individual is being told, hey, this 13-year-old girl wants to be a male. And imagine that person just says, no, I don't feel right about it.
Yeah.
In my humble opinion, and I know plastic surgeons who have come out about this and said, in this litigious world, I don't want to do this surgery because I see a lawsuit in about 7 to 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to be named in the lawsuit.
Right.
I don't want to be part of this.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking forward to if anybody can track down a website that tracks the total raw number of these procedures that are being done on an annual basis in the United States. I would love to know what the actual number is. I really would.
That's another issue. So this was one of many lawsuits here in Pennsylvania. Our friend Meg Brock, who's a mom in Bucks County, and she wanted to know that. The problem is it's not transparent, even though it should be. And so she had to go through the courts. I mean, they tried to sue her. She finally did get, to the numbers per year. And the bottom surgery, and remember, it was Dr. Rachel Levine, formerly Richard Levine, who was here in Pennsylvania, who was very excited, enthusiastic, contacting different children's hospitals, including CHOP, to say how many top surgeries, how many bottom surgeries, with such enthusiasm.
So I'm just going to guess here, but I'm assuming this comes down to HIPAA versus Freedom of Information Acts and things like that?
No, because you're not releasing anybody's personal information.
Yeah. No, I just want to know how many surgeries
they're not
you've done.
releasing anybody's names. They just. So I think in the 1 year, just 1 year, it was 17 here in Philadelphia, 17 surgeries, and I believe those were with the help of public dollars. You see.
Okay. Yep.
Ayanna Pressley is tired of white men failing up.
Failing up?
Failing up.
White men failing up.
Maybe falling down? Did she have a slip here? What are we doing here? Failing up.
Cut 14, Phil, go.
Okay.
I am so tired of white men failing up.
Me too.
This lack of accountability is a shameful, inadequate, and deeply unsatisfactory, and it is re-traumatizing. Chair Grunberg.
White men failing up.
Yeah,
okay.
I agree. We got to get rid of the whiteys.
Why is everything race?
Because that's the whole platform for the Squad Dems. Everything is about race. Everything is that the white man, the straight white cis male, is the boogeyman. And Donald Trump's the ringleader. I'm just, what's really amazing is, I would love to know, if I ever had the chance to fly around the country and interview their constituents. I think it'd be a great exercise. I want to go to the district of all of the Squad Dems and talk to the people that elected these people and just say, hey, thumbs up or thumbs down on the job Ayanna Pressley has done so far, or Rashida Tlaib, or Jamal Bowman, or AOC. My guess is a lot of them get treated like AOC does when she goes back to her district. AOC's not liked in her district right now. She gets booed constantly.
Trek 200 says, was that Lex Luthor?
It does look like she has like one of those little scalp things that the Hollywood actors wear, right?
I don't believe she's sick or anything like that. I think
no,
that's
it's just a fashion thing.
That's just her look.
Yeah.
Jeremy Burke says, I've been failing at failing up for way too long.
I know.
I love it.
By the way.
Yeah.
Any female out there for you, Greg Stocker, that you would say would too if she shaved her head still?
Oh, boy.
Is that you into that thing?
Of course you take this in the gutter, Nick Kayal.
You into that look?
And I appreciate it. No, I'm not. No, I like hair. Like short hair is fine. My wife goes between long and short hair.
Yeah.
I like them both.
Yeah.
But no, you need something.
Dawn, have you ever thought about shaving your head?
Never.
Okay,
Never.
just checking.
Never. Look at those locks. Look at those locks.
Yeah.
By the way,
I'm very envious of both of you. You guys have follicles for days.
By the way, just a few little donation updates here. $1,200 raised right now. Thank you very much. GregStockerSucks.com. $100 AJ and Lynn Anderson. $100 Elizabeth Moscat. $100 Hassan Bin Sober. $100 Joanne Doherty. $100 Terry Gile. $75 on behalf of Paul Morris, and $50 from Janet. And also our buddy Amit with a $500 donation. GregStockerSucks.com. All the money goes to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. If we get to 20, we will all ride.
Yes. And I just received a text from our buddy Dave Madden.
Yep.
He's asking, is Nick 1210 the code? Not working for me.
Uh-oh.
He's trying to donate $1,000.
What?
So
wow.
if he's donating $1,000, we need to make sure Nick 1210's working so he gets his $25 discount.
Wait a minute. Just tell Dave to go to GregStockerSucks.com.
Yes.
GregStockerSucks.com.
If you're listening, Dave.
Donate there. Thank you, everybody who's made the donation. All the money, let me repeat that, 100% of the money goes to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. It is a great, great cause, and we love raising money for them every year and embarrassing ourselves by riding or not riding. By the way, we still need riders. So if you want to ride with Nick and Team 1210.
Yes. And we're going to gather right where we did last year.
Yeah.
And we're going to coordinate this a little bit better so that we all can get together and ride together, because last year I had people DMing me and tweeting me, where are you? And I had to track people down. We're gonna make sure we all look the same, nice uniform, and you won't be able to miss us.
So the
oh boy.
the Kristi Noem story won't go away.
Has anybody incinerated their career quicker than Kristi Noem?
I want to say this, that Trump was asked about it. He was on the Clay and Buck show.
Yep.
And he basically gave a defense to her.
He did.
Well, if you're a hardcore loyalist to Trump, he looks past a lot of your mistakes as long as you're loyal to him.
This was his defense to Kristi Noem, who shot and killed her dog
and her goat
and her cat,
not the cat,
and Mr. Ed.
Cut 20, Phil. Go.
I'm sure you've seen some of the Kristi Noem stories. She might be the only person getting worse press than you on the left right now. With the dog shooting story and then the Kim Jong-un story. You met Kim Jong-un. I'm curious what that relationship is like now. Does any of that story, is she still in the mix as a VP? Have you thought maybe she'd make more sense in a cabinet? How do you analyze stories like that as you go about making a choice?
Well, until this week, she was doing incredibly well, and she got hit hard. And sometimes you do books, and you have some guy writing a book, and you maybe don't read it as carefully. You know, you have ghostwriters, too. They help you. And they, in this case, didn't help too much. No, she's terrific. Look, she's been a supporter of mine from day one. She did a great job as governor. And, you know, you look at South Dakota numbers. She's really done a great job. And in some form, I mean, I think she's terrific. A couple of rough stories. There's no question about it. And when explained, the dog story, you know, people hear that, and people from different parts of the country probably feel a little bit differently. But that's a tough story, and but she's a terrific person. She had a bad week.
Bad week.
By the way, Sean Farish will join us in 33 minutes with his thoughts on that as the 45th president of the United States. She's untouchable now. I mean, you can't if you're Trump and you get elected, you put your cabinet together. Was she in the running? Maybe she was on the short list. I think that's maybe a reason why Doug Burgum has surpassed her on the power rankings for Veep. I just don't know that you can put her in anything.
Yeah, even though he's trying to be kind, but he said, well, she was.
You're parsing these words.
Yeah, I don't think that was the most. He's trying to say something, but how many times did he say, yeah, that was a tough story. She's been great.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that was a glowing supportive endorsement.
And then she doubled and tripled down doing the interview circuit and the TV tour. I mean, this is like Biden repeatedly saying inflation was 9%. Like, you just stop talking. Because here's the thing. I think we live in a very forgiving country. There's a select few, usually it's the far left, that are like, well, we'll decide when you've had enough punishment and we've had enough pounds of flesh taken from you. We're going to keep hammering away. But usually most Americans forget, forgive, and move on and get triggered by the next thing. But man, when you keep just doubling down and like, somebody's got to advise her, like, you might have thought it was this, that, or the other thing, but a majority of Americans think you're an awful person for what you did.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, it doesn't really affect your ability to govern. She's done a good job. She's well-liked in her state. I think a lot of Republicans view her as a very talented governor. But, man, you killing dogs?
By the way, Crow Fishing writes, Greg, you talk too fast and mumble. Your web address, please post on YouTube. Thanks. Sorry about that. I will talk more clearly for you. GregStockerSucks.com. It's also on the there's a link to it on the YouTube page. YouTube.com. Will that make you happy, Fred? YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Man, there are a lot of critics out there.
Yep.
A lot of critics.
Yep.
Been on the air in this city for 20 years. I think I know what I'm doing. God, Jesus mighty.
Are you gonna recite your LinkedIn and Wikipedia page? Should we go through Stocker's resume?
No. Anybody knows. That's all I can say. Who takes the stand again today? Is it Michael Cohen?
I think today's the final day. Thursday is the last day. I think
he's back up on the stage for them.
I think they said Thursday afternoon they should be wrapped up with Cross.
Hush money trial, or what do you call it, Dawn?
Bookkeeping trial.
The
NBA.
Bookkeeping.
Jonathan Turley was on Fox News last night talking about Michael Cohen. He will take the stand again today, I assume around 9:30. Where are we here, Phil? This is cut 17. Go.
Thanks, Nate. Fox News contributor Jonathan Turley joins us now. Jonathan, what does this mean?
Well, it means what we already know, that Michael Cohen is the most compromised, unbelievable witness in the history of the federal legal system. That's hardly news. What we saw in his cross-examination was an evasive and rehearsed set of answers, and he's going to likely continue that tomorrow. But here you have his own lawyer now saying that what he said on the stand is diametrically opposed to what he told him in an attorney-client confidential setting. Now, we already flagged parts of the testimony of Cohen that did not seem to ring true. For example, Cohen said that he surreptitiously taped the former president for his protection, to keep David Pecker honest. That makes no sense at all. Nobody can make any sense out of how taping Donald Trump would somehow affect David Pecker. In fact, the call itself seemed to indicate that Trump had very little information about the deals that had been arranged by Cohen. It seems clear to most of us that he was banking insurance against Trump, that this was to be compromising information that he might use later. And that would be completely consistent with Michael Cohen. The only consistent elements in Cohen's career is that he will only tell the truth if he has no alternative, and he always acts for his own best interest.
You want to know why lawyers have a bad reputation? See Michael Cohen. There you go. And Jonathan Turley, Dawn, I mentioned this 2 days ago on Tuesday. Jonathan Turley said on Fox on Tuesday that, quote, no judge with any self-respect would send this case to a jury. This case, I do not believe, gets tossed. But I think at this very moment in time, you're asking me how I would rule as the way this would play out as far as a betting standpoint. I would bet that he is acquitted and found not guilty.
Really?
What? You have Stormy Daniels and Michael Cohen. What if they said that has incriminated or proven beyond a reasonable... They still haven't even shown what the crime is or where the fraud was committed.
I agree with you.
Yeah, this is just... I think it's blowing up in Mershon's face as well as Bragg's face.
You are mistaken, my friend.
So you think he'll be found guilty?
I do.
The problem is these Manhattan juries. That's the problem. The
there's
only hope is the one guy who's from Ohio.
Well, there's two lawyers on this jury,
and
right?
one of them is at least one person's a transplant, right? They're from Ohio, so I think that's because all you need is one.
Let me ask you this, Nick. Would you consider it a win if he's found guilty of like a misdemeanor but is acquitted of the felony charges?
Yeah, I think so. Okay. Because, never forget that this was basically a misdemeanor that was elevated to a felony.
The election interference, right, is the part that's the felony, right?
Correct.
Which the feds is actually would be a federal. It would be a federal situation. The feds passed on it because they didn't feel they had enough.
Yeah. Right. And again, like you said, it just takes one. 11 out of 12 can vote guilty as long as you have one. I was chatting with one of the criminal defense attorneys in this area that we cite from time to time, David Gelman from New Jersey, and he was talking about the possibility of a hung jury. And you go through a lot of look, I'm in no way a legal expert, but when I hear guys on the left on networks like CNN, whether it's Ellie Honig or the legal analyst for MSNBC, and they're all of the same belief that Jonathan Turley is on Fox News, and I would like to think if you're a legal scholar or a former federal prosecutor like Andy McCarthy or any of these guys, you're not really looking at it from a left-wing lens or a right-wing lens. You're looking at it from a rule of law and the facts lens or lenses, and they all say the same thing, that this case is a total charade. That's why I think you're going to end up with a not guilty.
Yeah.
I could be wrong.
I hope you're right. I do hope you're right.
I fear you're not, though. By the way, $2,300 raised so far.
Woohoo!
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. We're going to be doing this until July. Our goal is $20,000. And if we do that, we will all ride.
And we'll drive.
We will all ride. Let me just say that again. If we raise $20,000. GregStockerSucks.com, GregStockerSucks.com.
Could you just say it a little slower for the other audience members?
GregStockerSucks.com. We should stay on schedule, though, because Sean Farrell's coming up at 9
Correct. All right, we'll take a quick break. That'll do it for round one of the cut sheet. Round two, about an hour from now. We'll come back, get a big three from Dawn, Sean at the top of the hour. Kayal and Company as we continue. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Celebrating 30 years in our region, Mike and Mark Chapman, two brothers. I love the story of two brothers saying, hey, you know what? We should start our own business. And today we know it as one of the most successful of its kind in our region, highly rated, highly awarded, and respected as the Chapmans. If you haven't met the Chapmans, and I had a relative recently say to me, hey, we're looking for a new front door. So we actually have Mike Chapman. He's going to come out and check out, and they're all excited about it. So I get your messages all the time, so I thank you for that, for turning to Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. I love the work they've done in my home to make my home more beautiful and more energy efficient. They do just great work. I want you to think of them as well, not just for windows, doors, but also siding, stucco remediation. So whether it's stucco remediation or whether you're just nervous about stucco because we're hearing a lot about stucco in the news, and maybe you want to just upgrade and go to that James Hardy plank. It's so beautiful. Or all the choices of vinyl siding. It's going to add value and beauty to your home. You want to put it on the calendar, though, and get this moving. These certified Chapman installers, they are the professionals you want on the job. So if you're looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, all the hardware choices, they do it all. Stucco remediation. You want to text them. They're local, or call 610-431-8898. You can check them out online, take a virtual tour, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com, and thank them for supporting us here at WPHT. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert, and I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-790-1400. 800-790-1400.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
You know, this is the absolute worst time of year to be dealing with joint pain because the weather is breaking. Everybody's getting out today, whether it's golfing, going out, jogging, working out. And that joint pain is keeping you from doing everything you love to do. Am I right here? If you're tired of those achy joints, I want you to call my friends at QC Kinetics before you ever agree to things like surgery or steroids or medications. Patrick loves to golf like our own Nick Kayal, although Patrick definitely wears his sunscreen. Patrick couldn't even walk because of that horrible knee pain. But after his QC Kinetics regenerative treatments for his knees, Patrick is back and has the best handicap he's seen in 15 years. How does that sound? I'd love to be talking about your story next, where you were able to get lasting relief, no downtime. Don't wait to call QC Kinetics 215-999-3000. Get that free consultation, 215-999-3000. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, Clementon. Yeah! We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
It is Kayal and Company, 8:41 Thursday morning. Debates, cut sheets, and donations. That's what we're talking about this morning. Unbelievable. These people, you guys, I'm telling you. Another donation. Our buddy Dave Madden has officially made his $1,000 donation.
Yeah. Wow.
We are closing in on $2,400.
It's amazing.
It's just unreal. We have 9 weeks to go.
Yep.
I think we're going to smash 20,000.
Wow.
We're going to smash it. I mean, we're 10% of the way there.
All right, kids, start training.
Get your bike shorts.
Woo!
Good to see Stalker with gloves and a helmet, shoes. I actually didn't use any of that other than the compression shorts and the gloves and a helmet. I didn't really wear anything specific like the certain shoes that stay on the pedal. I just wore my traditional gym sneakers last year and worked out just fine. I'm gonna have to find. I don't even remember who gave me the bike last year. I'm gonna have to track down that bike because I gave it back. We're gonna have to. This is like some of those shows where you try to track down your old memorabilia from your glory days and find out who has it. I gotta find out who has my bike. Get those tires pumped up.
By the way, EKZ on the YouTube chat says, I enjoyed the show more when there was more Tony Bruno and less Greg. Okay.
Oh.
Wow. Man. Okay. I'll just... By the way, guys, again,
damn 5-day forecast and try to be accurate. That's all I want.
I love Tony. He's a legend. I agree. Here's the thing, guys. By the way, another great month. Best April and morning drive for all adults in 16 years. So Thank you for that, guys, very much.
Congratulations.
And I know we can't give out specifics, but some of the numbers, the percentages that were up, I'm not sure there's anybody in America right now in their profession or their line of work that is seeing gains in their bottom line like we are.
It's amazing.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. Adult men love us. Adult women love us. Men 18 to 44 love us. Men 18 to 49 love us. Men 35 to 64 love us.
Why don't you just read the whole book, Greg?
I'm just saying.
Why don't you just read the email
But
right
thanks. Thank you, guys. We kind of know what we're doing here. And I agree. More Tony Bruno and less Greg. I agree.
See, I'm starting
And more Dawn.
Well, I miss Dawn.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah.
I ran to the Acme for the first because I just have been knocked out. By the way, Bill started this.
You know
who you're
what?
golfing with.
I thought that.
So I hope you don't catch it from Bill.
And he was out. Out one day this week as well.
Or were you kissing up on
I
Bill?
guess. I don't know what. What were we doing? I don't know.
Because Bill talks down the hall in the music station. They talk for about 3 minutes an hour. So most of Bill's talking is in the hallway as he's getting coffee.
Yes.
For those of you who don't know, Bill does the morning show. Jen and Bill, is that what it's called?
I think so, yeah.
B101.
Yeah. You know, the station that plays Mariah Carey from Thanksgiving through New Year's.
I'm fine. Like, look, I'm an equal, I don't shy away from saying other radio shows.
Yeah.
But I ran to the Acme because we're out of everything. So I run, and it was so funny. They're like, Dawn, well, we missed you, and Tony was funny, and Nick and Greg, and it was really cute that they were, they all listen. It's fun.
So let me get this straight. Not that I always do the best thing for my wife and pick up the slack when she's not feeling well, but wouldn't it make sense if you're knocked out for 48 hours, you lost your voice, you have a cold, whatever you're dealing with? Wouldn't it be nice if Larry or the boys did the shopping for you? Why does Dawn always have to pick up all the chores? You talk about the rock and the backbone of a family.
He's looking out for you, Dawn.
Well, thank you. Larry Bear, he did go shopping. The problem is
he buys crap.
Yeah. He comes back with a cherry pie. He brings this huge
cherry pie.
He gets this huge cherry pie, and then David gets a fork to it. And, oh, that's a good pie. And
you
I
live
think
with
he got
cavemen.
and he got I don't know, fruity drinks, like no milk, no
Right.
staples. You know what I mean?
Right,
It was
no
just kind of fun.
produce.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it was all like, oh, I got this this bakery stuff and a cherry pie. And I don't know, like some junk food stuff and some chips.
It's like my wife would be like, we need orange juice, fabric softener, carrots, and a loaf of bread. And I come back with 6 donuts and a 6-pack of beer.
Yeah, exactly. And he did. He got donuts. That's another one.
Oh, I love the donuts.
But we were out of bread. We were out of milk, you know.
I'm a sucker for a Giant. You go to Giant and you go to the bakery and you get the croissant donut. It is legitimately the croissant dough in the shape of a donut, hit with a bazillion ounces of glaze. Oh,
so good.
By the way, another one of my fans just weighed in. This is Robert. Robert sent me an email. Who just says,
geez.
Greg, you are a complete moron. Thank you, Robert. Robert, by the way,
I bring it.
GregStalkerSucks.com, GregStalkerSucks.com, donate there. All the money goes to the families behind the Badge Children's Foundation.
See, here's what I'm thinking. Remember the one year Zioli did a dunk tank?
Yeah.
So I'm not doing the Greg
tank.
Stocker.
No, I'm not doing the dunk
Greg
tank.
Stocker Sucks in a dunk tank.
I'm not doing the dunk tank.
It would raise a lot of money.
We could get 6 figures to dunk Stocker.
Oh,
There's
my
no
gosh.
doubt.
No, I'm not dunking.
The line would wrap around the block.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
All right, 8:46. We got
Look
Sean.
at all this entertainment I've given everybody. Like
you have.
We're live and local the entire day now.
Thank
the
you, Greg.
entire day.
Yeah.
Greg works he does work
Literally,
very hard.
day, night. There's no more 9-hour reruns at 9 p.m. at night. Like we're live and local all day, 24 hours a day.
Greg Stocker did what Ainsley Earhart should do. He told Sean Hannity to go pound sand.
Jesus says can't put Greg in a dunk tank. It would mess up his beautiful hair.
He does have nice locks, doesn't he? All right, we've got Farish at the top of the hour. We got to get to a Dawn Stensland. Big 3 at 8:47.
It's the Big 3 at 8 on Kayal and Company.
Big 3 at 8, and we are sponsored by Bounce Back Physical Therapy this morning. So in less than 45 minutes, we'll have Michael Cohen cross-examination. That will resume today. Former President Donald J. Trump's ex-attorney, Michael Cohen, facing Trump's defense team, questioning when he returns to the stand today for more cross-examination. Cohen is the last prosecution witness. Analysts say his testimony is a sign that Trump's bookkeeping trial is moving to a close. Remember, no court tomorrow because Trump had to fight for the day off for his youngest son, Barron's high school graduation, which is tomorrow morning in Florida, and then tomorrow night, Trump campaigns, big rallies in Minnesota. Minnesota in play. Why? Because they have a large Arab American population, a lot of issues going on in Minnesota, and many say it is in play for the upcoming November 5th election. So just wanted to give you the latest on that one. All 3 stock market news, economic news, because we had some CPI numbers coming out. So all 3 major indices there, the S&P 500, NASDAQ, the Dow surging to record highs yesterday. And that after the latest CPI Consumer Price Index showing prices were up 3.4% for the 12 months that ended in April. So that eased from 3.5% the month before. So inflation still went up, but less than it did the month before.
Okay.
So it went up 3.5, or it went up 3.4, not 3.5.
Okay.
So just pointing that out, inflation still went up.
but I inherited it. It was at 9%.
Yes. Yes. So we've got that going on, and it increases the likelihood that the Federal Reserve will cut interest rates at some point this year. Maybe not the 3 times, but will it be before November 5th? It looks like they would maybe do one cut at some point, maybe late summer, fall. We don't know yet.
Okay.
But the new report showing elevated housing costs, that's a huge issue, and high gas prices weighing on Americans. The data provided welcome news on another staple spending area. Grocery prices falling for the first time in a year, dropping 0.2% from March. So still up, but not as much.
Okay, maybe I can get the 2-ply toilet paper this week now that it went down to 0.2%. By the way, gas in my local spot, $3.79 a gallon. It's creeping up as you're talking about. God, I fear $4. I hate numbers like that. When we get to $3.99, I might puke.
Yeah, and traditionally, look at the time of year. Gas prices go up every summer, especially around this time of year.
Yep. Check Memorial Day, check 4th of July, check Labor Day. Those are indicators.
Amen. And so we do have, since you brought up the teachers, I did have a stat on the teacher shortage in Pennsylvania. Shortages reaching crisis level because of all these vacancies reported by the state. And we have new indicators of the shortage in Pennsylvania, particularly in Philadelphia, where it is severe.
So we now live in a nation where we can't hit recruiting goals in the military. We can't find people to be police officers, and we have a shortage in teachers.
Yes.
Great times.
So we need to hire anywhere between 15 to 20,000 certified teachers. The reason the report, you have to look beyond the initial report, is that some of the positions have been, in air quotes, filled, but by a permanent substitute. Some of these people are not fully even certified.
Oh, wow. So what do you need? I mean, I probably don't have time to get into it, but like, what do you need to do to become fully certified? I thought once you just graduate with your degree and you get the certification, you're good. Isn't that the way all substitute teachers work? They're all full college
Not
graduates.
always.
No?
Not always.
Oh, wow.
So you may be, maybe you're on your way. Maybe
Okay.
but you haven't been fully certified.
Yeah.
Also, if you've moved here from another state, your certification from the other state, it's not the same state to state.
Okay.
They don't all transfer.
My daughter Mia hates when she has a substitute.
Mm-hmm.
She hates having change. She gets so out of
Yes.
shape when there's a sub. I used to love it back in the day because we would just torment the substitute.
Yes. Well, now it's severe in Philadelphia. I was looking through the counties. Bucks and Chester counties have mild shortages. Montgomery County has a moderate shortage. So
Okay.
we hear about the suburban teachers making six figures. They
Yeah.
make six figures. They're still having pretty significant shortages, even in the burbs. Delaware County has a high teacher shortage, according to one of the latest reports, which compares the number of additional qualified teachers needed to the number of total teachers by county.
Okay.
And that's where a lot of these numbers don't really show what's going on, because to your point about your daughters, they might have a substitute teacher that's in there for 6 months.
Right.
So so they take that off the docket
Yeah.
in some instances.
Speaking of shortages and job postings in Montgomery County, Plymouth Township and Plymouth Meeting is hiring for police officers again. They're running those digital billboards as you're driving down Germantown Pike.
Yeah, and part of the problem, Nick, with police and teachers is that they would get flooded with maybe 1,000 applications. And then out of those, as they weed through them, maybe they have up to 500 who are qualified. So now you're getting the cream of the crop.
Yep.
The problem is they're not getting those numbers. Thus, are you lowering standards? That's the concern for teachers, cops, etc. So we're always watching these numbers locally and nationally. Hey, Bounce Back Physical Therapy, thank you for sponsoring our Big Three. If you suffer from chronic body pain, just call Bounce Back Physical Therapy in Wayne, Pennsylvania. Their team of licensed physical therapists create personalized therapy plans. They're going to get you feeling better in as few as 3 visits. Visit bouncebackpt.com, bouncebackpt.com. Schedule your appointment today. Kayal and Company, Big Three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 8:53, we'll come back, kick off the 9 o'clock hour with our buddy.
Go home to your mom.
No, not the real Donald Trump, the fake Donald Trump. Our buddy Sean Farish will join us for some laughs and some hilarity here on a Thursday, 9 o'clock hour. Coming up next here on Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Got to talk about my friends at QC Kinetics, because if you're tired of waking up with those aching joints, call QC Kinetics before you agree to something as extensive as surgery or steroids or medications. That's what tens of thousands of real-life patients around the nation and around our region have done. I think about Robert, retired Marine, business owner, had debilitating shoulder pain, just couldn't take time away from work to have that surgery. So he heard me talking about QC Kinetics and how some elite athletes have been using these treatments for years. So Robert checked it out. He got the free consultation, thought QC Kinetics would do it for him. Sure enough, now he's living his best life. And that joint pain, it's gone. And Robert is feeling good, feeling strong again, and is running his business without that horrible shoulder pain anymore. That's what it's all about. QC Kinetics, you got to call them. They're the nation's leader in this type of healing. And this is not a mask. That's not what QC Kinetics is all about. So QC Kinetics at the top of the game, National Medical Director, Dr. Mitchell Shinecup, a pioneer in the field. Check him out. He's been around for 20 years, clinical work, tons of research. I'd love to be talking about your story next, where you were able to get lasting relief, no downtime. So don't wait to call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000, QC Kinetics, 999-3000. Tell Dawn sent you.
Hey, we're David and Greg Figueroa, founders of Melinda's Hot Sauce. Sometimes brand testimonials feel, well, unbelievable. So we have a fresh take. Tastemonials. Comments from real people on the internet who love Melinda's balance of hot heat and fresh, flavorful ingredients. At 2021 DoWork says, legendary. Nobody does it better. What was that? Sounds for fire emoji, touchdown emoji, and 100% emoji. Okay. At Snack Food Mafia says, I love how they are a thicker hot sauce and not some watery junk. Love it. At Mushroom writes, best hot sauce west of the Mississippi, also the best hot sauce east of the Mississippi. Pro tip, that's the whole United States. Finally, at IGP1 always says, smack so hard. We love to hear that as much as the FCC. Set your mouth on flavor with Melinda's Hot Sauces. Find them at your local retailer or online at melindas.com. That's MELINDAS.com.
Losing your family's home movies and photos would be devastating. That's why Legacy Box exists, to preserve your family's recorded moments digitally, ensuring they're safe forever. Think of the time and money your family invested to capture family vacations, birthdays, even your wedding. Recording a lifetime of memories was a commitment. Camcorders cost thousands, and cameras required film and development. Legacy Box is the final step to preserve your family's past. Thankfully, it doesn't require another big investment. Legacy Box is safe, simple, and affordable. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box to convert their analog media to digital. You owe it to your family to safeguard your memories. Become your family's hero and save them before it's too late. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering an exclusive discount when you go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Is this house a good price compared to others in the area? Are prices going up or down? If I don't make an offer right this very moment, will I miss my chance? These are just some of the questions a home buyer might ask. And these are the sorts of questions an agent who is a realtor can help answer. Because realtors have the expertise, data, and access to specialty training to help you navigate the process of buying a home. They provide support, guidance, and have your back every step of the way. That's what realtors do, because that's who we are. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors.
Traveling, volunteering, spending time with family. What's your retirement look like? With income planning from Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor can help you grow and protect your wealth. They'll look at your full financial picture and help you create a flexible strategy that considers things like market conditions and healthcare expenses, so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Visit fidelity.com/income planning. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE SIPC.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Life can get hectic. It's easy to lose focus and balance. It's time to retreat from the noise. Take a breath, regain your inner peace. Visit Malvern Retreat House, the nation's oldest and largest Catholic retreat house. Our stunning 125-acre campus is the perfect place to step back, reflect, and recharge. Malvern Retreat House hosts men and women's retreats, helping individuals live life centered on Christ. Go to malvernretreat.com to discover your journey. Retreat from the noise. Hear God's voice.
The South 9th Street Italian Market Festival presented by Deer Park and Turo. May 18th and 19th from 11 till 5. Fitzwater to Wharton Streets. Over 100 vendors of food, beverages, crafts, souvenirs, music, and activities. Visit ItalianMarketFestival.com.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now there's a simple, easy, and effective way to clean your nose and protect your health. It's called Navage. Navage. Available at Navage.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It's 9:01. Welcome back in. Fourth and final hour here on this Thursday. Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us in the free Odyssey app. You can watch us live on YouTube. And you should be watching live for all 4 hours. But if you're ever going to pick a spot to watch the show live, can I recommend when we are joined by, I don't know, the 45th President of the United States? Seems like a good time to tune in and watch as Donald Trump is back with us for his weekly appearance here on Kayal and Company. Mr. President, good morning. How are you, sir?
Well, good morning to you. And I have to say, last time we did this, we made headlines everywhere. We saw that I was being advised by my very super genius of a son, and everybody was talking about it. And it was all over the place, I can tell you that. And then we came back a second time, and all hell broke loose, okay? So you saw what happened.
That's true.
And we had a lot of fun. We love it. We're doing tremendous. You're doing tremendous, I have to say that, because you're handsome and beautiful people, okay? Dawn's a beautiful person.
Yeah.
Nick and Greg are handsome people.
Yep.
And only the greatest, that much I can tell you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I don't get many people that comment me on my looks, but I'll take that from the 45th president. So, Mr. President, the debates are going to happen, you and Joe, multiple times. We've got June, we've got September. I've got to imagine that you are chomping at the bit to get in the ring with the big guy. Your thoughts on this finally coming to fruition yesterday, late in the 9 o'clock hour?
Well, I have to say, I'm very happy that he accepted the debate. I'm happy that he finally wants to do it, and he's going to do it. We're going to do it on fake news CNN. They call it the Clinton News Network, or Clearly Not News. It's terrible. It's a disaster. I call it a dumpster fire. You look at that, it's a dumpster fire. And the last time I went on CNN to talk about things, they got tremendous ratings. So, of course, they wanted me to accept. And the only thing, you're going to see this, I'm going to look a little different when I'm in the debate. I'm actually going to be wearing a mask this time. Nobody thinks that's going to happen. I'm going to put a mask on because, I have a beautiful face. People want to see it. I have a wonderful smile. People want to see it. But I'm afraid of this guy, and I'm not afraid of what he's going to say, but I'm afraid he might poop, and I don't want to smell it. Okay, so we're going to have it, and I don't want to have the Tootsie Rolls. I know I'm a great person, but Crooked Joe, I'm not the Pope. There's no reason to lose it in front of me, okay? And we're going to wear the mask. We're going to wear it. We're going to block those terrible smells, because I'm sure it's not just poop that happens, but he toots too. You know that. He toots with Putin. We don't want to deal with it. He's lost all control. He's lost all control of his bodily functions. He can't help it. There's not going to be a teleprompter. There's not going to be anything there to help him. And so I think he's going to have a problem. Maybe Jill will be on standby to clean up on aisle 5. We'll see what happens.
Donald Trump joining us. So, Mr. President, Joe Biden tried to be a tough guy yesterday, imitate Clint Eastwood in his debate challenge video. Awfully hypocritical considering all of the stipulations that the Democrats and the Biden administration are demanding to get him on the debate stage. Don't you think that this is a little hypocritical and they are trying to slant the stage in his favor so that he won't poop his pants, so to speak?
Well, he poops all the time, so that's something they can't stop. But you look at, and he's all over you saw what happened the other day. He was walking from one side of the camera to the other. He stopped. And he made the face that everybody knows what that means. It means he's pooping, okay? It means he's dropping one. Bombs away, they call it, bombs away. And that's what happened. It's like the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Give it away, give it away, give it away. And he gave it away. Anthony Kiedis, I know him very well. We met under the bridge, but we didn't do what you think we did. So we have a beautiful thing that's happening. I wonder if they're going to get the answers from down in Brazil, like they did with Crooked Hillary. Crooked Joe, Crooked Hillary, birds of a feather, poop together or flock together. Maybe that's the phrase. But you look at what's happening and you look at all the stipulations. They don't want an audience. That's because nobody wants to see Crooked Joe. They're used to having nobody in the room. There's no excuse. It's not COVID or the China virus. It's not the bird flu. None of that. They don't want an audience. They want the answers first. They want to slant the stage. There's no way you could slant it. You could put it down. You could slant it up. You could slant it towards him, whatever. He's still probably going down. You see what happens. He can't stay on a bicycle. He can't stay on the stairs. He gets tripped up by a teleprompter. He poops. It's terrible. So you see what's going on. This is what they want to do. And they want to do it because they can't beat me in a fair situation. You see the trial. You see all these things that are rigged. And we're still winning. And we're going to absolutely kill him in the debate. Politically, we're going to dominate. It's going to be tremendous.
Speaking of the courts, let's get to the sham trial that's going on in New York. Stormy Daniels with testimony, Michael Cohen's testimony, neither of which have really landed in court with the jury, at least I'm hoping, or the American public. Certainly the legal scholars have picked apart this case. Even Jonathan Turley saying that no judge with any self-respect would send this to a jury. Are you feeling good about your odds right now of an acquittal and a not guilty verdict?
Well, here you have knockoff Secretariat taking the stand. I call her horseface. She wants to win the Triple Crown. She's never going to do it. She looks like Seattle Slew, but after a really bad day. I could tell you that. And you see what's happening with her. An American Pharaoh. I actually raised that horse. That was the Triple Crown. Broke the streak. It was broke the drought. Did tremendously well at Belmont, and that's where Horseface is going to be running soon, except it's at Saratoga, where George Santos had a great victory with George Washington. People don't realize he fought very well for our country back then. Maybe he was Kitara, the drag queen in the Revolutionary War. Who knows? He's a strange fellow. But you see what happens. You have Horseface on the stand. Nobody understood her because she was neighing and whinnying and saying all sorts of terrible things. You have Michael Cohen, who did most of his testimony on TikTok, which is owned by China. And then the judge told him to quiet down. They give me a gag order. They tell him, please quiet down. Can you believe that? You have Michael Cohen. He's a serial liar. And he lies more than anybody's ever seen before. But none of the testimony is landing. The judge is incredibly conflicted. I could actually say it. He's a piece of human waste. He's a terrible person. I value the opinion of what comes out of Crooked Joe's backside more than the judge. And there's a lot to go around, I can tell you that. But you see, and that's a common theme today. We're talking about a lot of poop. We're talking about it. It's
A lot
crazy.
of stuff, yeah.
But you see what's going on, and it's because we can't say the other four-letter word. It's on radio. We're not allowed to say it.
True.
But you look, and I said that at the rally. Nobody should be using that word. Nobody should be using that. I would never do it. So you have the court. You have the case. We're going to beat it. We're going to beat it like nobody's ever beaten it before. And it's going to be beaten like Paul Pelosi with a hammer. I can tell you that. It's going to be beaten clean, incredibly well. So you see what's going to happen. We're dominating. Nobody can stop us. And they're terrified. These people are terrified. And there's nothing they can do about it because America and the people are ready to take their country back. That much I can tell you.
You mentioned the rally. Congratulations on a tremendous showing and a great rally and turnout in Wildwood, New Jersey last weekend. Massive crowds. Do you believe that New Jersey is in play for you this November?
Well, it's absolutely in play. I mean, you saw what happened. There were people in New Jersey calling Chris Christie a fat pig. I would never say that. I would never call him that.
Never.
Somebody in the crowd also compared him to a whale. I would never do that either. That's not a nice thing to do. But I said, this is what this person did, and you deserve to be recognized for that. He's not a whale. He's not a fat pig. Or maybe he is. You look at him. And it took us a long time to get to the rally. People said, why wasn't it starting on time? I think it's because Chris Christie closed another bridge. Who knows? Maybe he did it again. Or maybe he tried to cross it and the bridge came down. You never know what's happening. But you see, Jersey's in play. You look at it, it's in play. Every state is in play because people are tired of poopy pants. They don't want President Poopy Pants in office anymore. They don't want to do it. Who wants a president who can't hold it together in front of world leaders or the Pope? I would never do that in front of President Xi of China. I call him Winnie the Pooh. I would never do that with Vladimir Putin. Russia, Russia, Russia. He said he was going into Ukraine. I gave him some nesting dolls. They're called matryoshka in Russian. They're going to say, there he goes again. He's speaking Russian now. I gave them the dolls. I said, play with these. Drink your vodka. Stay the hell away from Ukraine. They did that. Nobody wanted to mess around when I was your president. I was your president. We had the world in order. We had everything in order. The streets were beautiful. The stock market was beautiful. The economy was beautiful. Gas prices were beautiful. Your president was beautiful. Your first lady was beautiful. And you had so many beautiful things. Now you don't have that. And people want it back. So New Jersey's in play. Everything is in play. That much I can say. Everything.
Speaking of beautiful, Melania has now decided that Barron will not be a delegate. After news came down last week that he would, it seems like she's going to be making sure that he stays focused on his college studies. I say it's a smart move. Plenty of time to get involved in politics. What say you?
He's too tall to be a delegate. You know that's the problem. He's too tall. We have to give little people a chance, like the sanctimonious, who's not tall enough to be vice president. I think Melania, whatever she says goes. That's how it goes. You know what she says, that she could do it. And Barron says he likes to give me advice. We talked about it last week. He gives me all the advice, and he's a tremendous kid. He's smart, and he's graduating, and he wants to be a delegate, but we want to make sure that he stays focused, and we don't want the people coming after him because the fake news, they hurt him when he was a kid, and now they're going to try and hurt him now because he's older. They're going to say he's fair game. Some sick person said he's fair game, and that's not what he was talking about. It's not nice. But we're going to make sure he stays focused on his school. He's a smart kid, and we want him to succeed all the way. And so Melania's got it right. He's going to focus on his school. But he's not gone. This is not the last of him. He's going to be back, and he's going to help us take back our country. That much I can tell you, too. He's a smart kid.
Sean Ferris joining us as he does each and every week here to give us a little humor with Donald Trump. Thank you, as always, Sean. So let's get into a couple of these topics that we discussed a few minutes ago. So let me
hang on real fast.
Yeah.
As Donald Trump, Kevin Pools is asking if Mr. Trump can say gregstalkersucks.com because that redirects you to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, which we are trying to raise money for.
Okay.
Mr. President, can you tell everybody to go to gregstalkersucks.com?
Well, this is something that I usually wouldn't say. I would never say that. But if it's a good website for a good cause, you have to go to Greg Stocker Sucks, okay? gregstalkersucks.com. And it's a tremendous website for a fantastic cause. May not be a great message, but it's a fantastic website. I can tell you that.
All the money goes to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. Thank you, Mr. President.
There you go. So, Sean, I want to get your thoughts on this with the debates. Some people, Greg doesn't think that these debates will actually go off. Do you think that these debates will actually matter to a majority of Americans? My sense is that almost everybody, not everybody, but almost everybody has made up their minds. You're either voting for Trump and you know it. You're either voting for Biden and you know it. I don't know, maybe 1-2% of voters out there are still kind of weighing their options. Do you think we'll actually accomplish anything with these debates, or is this merely just fodder and entertainment for Trump supporters and Biden supporters?
Yeah, I think it's more of a formality than it is any means of people making up their minds. So the second one is for October 10th. And by then you already have early voting starting in a number of states, which is ridiculous because now it's turned into election season. Soon you're going to be voting, 4 years in advance. It's ridiculous. But the June 27th one, if it does go off, and I think it will, obviously there's a chance it doesn't. You never know. But I do think that that most people, as you said, have their minds made up. But it is good to get two candidates on the stage, both candidates on the stage, and specifically maybe for those you want to expand the party too. Maybe it's people, I don't know, I don't really want to vote. Well, watch this because you're going to have, your choice is going to be down to two people, and you're going to have to make a choice, for better or for worse at some point. So for the undecided voter, maybe it's valuable, maybe it's not. I mean, I don't know if we're still in a day and age where people make up their mind based off of debate performance. I'm watching it for the entertainment value. I'm going to be watching it with popcorn. Huge. We're looking at a huge bowl, a Rosie O'Donnell sized bowl, and I'm just going to sit there and watch it and laugh because he's going to run circles. There was that video that Joe Biden put out. Anytime, pal. That nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
It was a 30-second. First of all, okay, I make these like short videos. It was a 30-second video that was edited like 15 times. That's a problem because you can't do that on the debate stage. Like you can't just, okay, say this line really passionately, Joe, and please like don't drop it yet, right? Like just hold it. And he does it. Anytime, pal. Okay, cut. Okay, let's give him 4 more words, and then we could splice it in. It probably took them 8 hours to make that video, whereas Trump will stand in front of the American flag. We're going to debate. It's going to be fantastic. He's a terrible guy. He poops. It's awful. Like he gets it out like this. He's doing it in front of the courthouse, unscripted every single day. Joe Biden, he needs to have a video edited 15 times in 30 seconds just to get a message out, and he's going to fare well on a debate stage. So he's probably going to get the questions in advance. Jake Tapper and Dana Bash are going to be the moderators. Yeah, I'm sure that's going to go really well. It's going to be really fair, but I'm, might as well have Angel Hernandez up there. That guy doesn't know what the hell he's doing. My goodness, but this is going to be, it's going to be fun. I think it's going to be fun. And this is, I don't know, maybe we're getting a little bit of a newer version or a more refined version. Do you get this sense of Donald Trump? He's kind of staying, and maybe it's the gag order, confined to like a message
on task.
Like he's got people telling him like, just focus on what people want to hear. We know you want to be funny, but you want to win the election first and foremost. He seemed to be really disciplined, which has me excited because I know he's still, wild and crazy. He does it at the rallies.
Yeah.
But when he's in front of these cameras in front of the courtroom, he seems to be really disciplined. And it might be the gag order, it might not. But I'm impressed by his level of discipline thus far, to not scare off the independent because he's in the driver's seat now. I mean, this is really Donald Trump's race to lose. So I'm still excited for the debate. I hope they happen for sure.
If he can stay laser focused, it will only be beneficial for him in the bottom line come November for sure. But let's think about this because this is a historical first. If, when you look at the calendar, if Biden bombs in the June debate, and there's been a lot of speculation. A lot of people have said, well, I think Biden's going to get swapped out. There's going to be a switcheroo at the convention in August this summer. If Joe is awful in this debate and polling numbers come out in late June and early July, and he's even lower than he's been, and Trump's margin widens even further, do you think we could see a switcheroo where the second debate on September 10th is Trump against potentially Joe Biden's replacement, maybe Gavin Newsom? Is that far-fetched?
Well, I don't think it's far-fetched because if they determine that, it literally can't get worse than Joe, then they'll switch him out. But I really don't know how much that helps them. A lot of people are talking about it, and I could see it. I'm not saying it's not going to happen, and I'm not saying it's not something they don't want to happen. As a matter of fact, when he came out and said that Egypt bordered Mexico a couple of months ago and the mainstream media came, I mean, how could you say, first of all, like, come on, right? Like where Egypt and Mexico have never been next to each other. The only thing those two countries have in common are pyramids. That's it. Okay. Like that's the only thing. So you have these people, they all came out, mainstream media, a lot of people came out, oh, I don't know, is he too old? And I feel like that was to generate a reaction, maybe to kind of create a pressure campaign, 25th Amendment, pull him, get the hook, Gong Show style. But like, this is, if they switch him out in July or August, right, towards the convention, if they switch him out then, does that really help him? I mean, it really at that point looks like everything is in disarray.
Yep.
I mean, what you've heard about the Republican Party is, well, there's always all this infighting and the motions to vacate. Nobody gets along. And now you're going to swap out the incumbent presidential candidate 3 months before the election and try and put forth this message that the Republicans don't have their, together. Like, I don't think this is beneficial at all. Now, it may get to a point where Joe Biden simply just can't do it, and so they have to switch him out. But I think it makes them look really bad if they waited that long. Hey, you guys told us he was okay. You guys told me he was vibrant. You told me he was young. You told me he still had it. Now, all of a sudden, he doesn't. So were we right again? You know, we were right about the Ashley Biden diary. We were right about masks. We were right about the vaccine. We were right about all these other things. Now, are you telling me that we were right, that your guy didn't have it the last 4 years? Well, we're not going to trust you with our vote with someone else because you lied to us the last 4 years. So if they have to pull the switcheroo, I don't think that's beneficial for them at all. It may be slightly better than Biden, but I don't think that's gonna draw more voters to their side. I think it's gonna make them look really unorganized and in complete disarray. So if that's where they go, you know, that's on them. I really think we're in great position. We just have to focus on. I see people attacking Rand Paul about he hasn't endorsed Trump. This is ridiculous. Why would you attack one of the best allies in the Senate? I understand maybe a disagreement. He should endorse. He shouldn't. Whatever. But like, the Democrats are literally falling. I'm watching them falling apart. And I see on this side this clown show. Well, Rand Paul hasn't attacked Donald Trump. What's wrong with him? Nothing's wrong with him. Just can we please focus on beating the left? That's what we got to do now. It's 5.5 months until the election, and we're in the driver's seat. We can't lose it. I'm so tired of this. I'm a Jet fan. We've had huge leads in the fourth quarter, and we've lost games. We have a big lead right now. Please don't blow it. Please don't blow it. That's what I'm asking for.
By the way, Sean will be co-hosting with you and Dawn next Friday. And you guys are gonna be with him and Phil Omquist. You're gonna have two Jets fans.
Oh my goodness gracious!
What's happening here?
Wow,
we're taking over.
We're taking over.
All we need is Aaron Rodgers, and it'll be the trifecta.
Listen, Aaron Rodgers just on Tucker Carlson.
Yep.
Like, this is fantastic.
Amazing.
So, you know, I don't know. Maybe it's a sign. Who knows?
last one.
Maybe
for
he'll make
you,
it
Sean.
6 plays this year.
Yeah, maybe you can get to week 2 with number 12 at the helm.
Great.
Doug Burgum. Trump kind of hinted at the rally. I forget what specifically he said. I'm paraphrasing. Be on standby. We got some stuff. It feels like Burgum, a lot of people starting to speculate, will be the choice. If he is the choice, do you like that? And what do you think the likelihood is that right now Burgum is the top guy for Trump?
So I've heard a lot of people who are close to Trump say that this is something that Donald Trump does. He'll float a name out, see the reaction of the crowd, and see what happens. And let's be honest, I'm sure Doug Burgum is a really nice guy. I'm sure he's a smart guy. I'm sure he's a good conservative. But I think it was last show or 2 weeks ago, I said that both Dakotas should just become one Dakota.
Yep.
Because you have the governor of North Dakota, or the former one, Doug Burgum, and Kristi Noem. You know, we've been there before. We've talked about that. I don't think Doug Burgum excites anybody. And your vice presidential pick doesn't have to excite anybody. It's fine. But like, if there is a VP pick that gets you nothing, it's Doug Burgum. It's not because of Doug Burgum. It's because he comes from a state that is already going to vote for Trump. He's already a male. He's already a conservative. There's nothing unique. And that's okay if he wants to go that way. It may be a very safe pick, right? I don't know if I want to see him go Tulsi Gabbard because she's a Democrat and she loves power. And, you know, that's not really a good, if you want to call it, life insurance vice president. My pick right now, down to 2 people who I would want to see be the running mate. And that would be J.D. Vance of Ohio. I think he's incredibly impressive. His story is amazing. He's young. He's been a staunch ally of Trump ever since he decided he didn't hate him because he didn't like Trump, but he came around, right? This is a good thing to see that somebody's willing to, change with his environment, not to like be fake around different people, but to say, hey, this guy's doing it right. We should maybe look into what he's doing. Maybe he's not so bad after all.
Right.
I respect people like that. So it would be Vance, or a guy like Lee Zeldin, who is a New York Jew, right? Who could really help pull states like New Jersey, Pennsylvania, the Jewish population out there in the Northeast. It could really help. So you'll see maybe that's who I think it should be, down to those two guys. If I were to pick, out of a hat, who I would want to see more, only because Vance has been more active right now. He's younger and a little more, charismatic. I would say him number 1 for VP. I would put Zeldin number 2. Not a lot of people talking about Zeldin. Maybe he's the guy. Maybe he's not the guy. I don't want it to be Burgum. If it is, great. Maybe the whole, we're going to do some stuff with you is like a cabinet announcement or something.
Mhm.
Or maybe he was looking to see how the crowd reacted, because nobody's excited about Burgum. But I guarantee you, if he said, hey, we got Vance, and stuff's coming up, they would have gone nuts.
Oh, yeah.
So I think Vance is the better choice. And Ohio is a better state. It's not as certain as a North Dakota. And Vance is an outsider businessman type. So I would love to see maybe that be the handoff in 2028. We'll see.
All right. Sean Ferris, great stuff as always, pal. We appreciate the time, and we'll talk again next week.
You got it. Thank you so much, guys. And congratulations on a great interview last week. You made headlines everywhere.
Yes.
It was amazing.
Thank
Great
you
job.
very much. Great stuff, buddy. We'll chat next Friday.
Thanks,
and make
Sean.
sure you wear
Thank
your
you.
Aaron Rodgers Jets jersey for the video. We're going to need that.
I'm going to have to get one first. I was smart enough not to get the Jets quarterback's jersey because I know he gets hurt.
Okay.
So we'll see what happens.
Beautiful. There he is, Sean Ferris, 9:25 here on this Thursday morning. Let's get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Turn here. Listen carefully. If you do exactly as I say, I can get you out of here. What? This is a rescue. I'm helping you escape. Can you fly a TIE fighter? You with the resistance? What? No. I'm breaking you out. Can you fly a TIE fighter?
I can fly anything. Why? Why are you helping me?
Because it's the right thing to do.
You need a pilot.
I need a pilot.
We're gonna do this.
Yeah?
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Oh, once again today, a pair of tickets to Willie Nelson's 4th of July picnic with Bob Dylan, Robert Plant, Allison Krauss, Maren Morris, Mavis Staples, and is it Celise? I'm going to butcher this. Celise?
I have no idea.
Celisse.
Sure.
She sounds cool. At the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Tickets on sale at Ticketmaster.com. A pair of tickets to Willie Nelson's 4th of July picnic. Caller 12-855-839-1210. Cut sheet part due on the way. It's Kayal and Company on a Thursday. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Although you try not to, most of us have used an ATM out of network. And at the end, you get that notice that it's going to cost you $4 extra.
Are you kidding me?
So you're paying money to get your own money. It makes you crazy. In retirement, you're going to want to use that 401k, but every time you dip into it, you have to pay taxes. Here we go again. You have to pay money to get your own money.
Oh, come on!
Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group believes that every retirement plan needs a tax plan. Without it, you're using Uncle Sam's plan. And do you really think that's going to work in your favor? Call Retire Ready Financial Group today at 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 and schedule a complimentary retirement consultation. Or you can find them online at retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Are you tired of that dated old kitchen or bathroom? Ready for a refresh? You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They've been transforming spaces quickly, beautifully, and affordably since 1979. From refacing to custom cabinets, backsplash, counters. Yes, you can get the kitchen you want now. Right now, they're offering 12 months of no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your remodel. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free. explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-790-1400. 800-790-1400.
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized. With help from Beacon, I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning entries.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You don't want to miss out on the Memorial Sale at Rescue Natural Supplements going on now with prices rising across the country. Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic 2 bottles, get 1 free, and buy 3 bottles, get 2 free Memorial deals. Stock up on your favorites. Save big with Rescue rollback pricing and generous free bottle offers, whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, or natural pain relief. Everything is on sale. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483 and speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Don't miss this opportunity for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle your health goals. Remember, 2010 rollback prices and the Memorial deals are going on now through May 30th. So go shop res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Do it today.
Thanks for calling Toyota. This is Jan.
Hi, Jan. I just adopted a new best friend, and I'm looking for a Toyota so we can make the most out of summer.
With a new RAV4, you can take your pup for a drive up the coast. You can take a Prius to the park for some tug-of-war. Or you can take a Tundra to kayak at a remote lake.
One problem, Jan.
Oh?
My new best friend's a cat.
Your summer starts here, but it all ends June 3rd. Toyota, let's go places. Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I've told you over the years about Dr. Bentz and all the infrastructure he has there, but one thing that he does that you don't see in too many dental offices, with Dr. Bentz, my dentist, whether it's a routine visit or a comprehensive, multifaceted process, he and his team sit down with you. They create a clear plan, explain it step by step. You will see the Bentz difference with that. Contact BentzDentalGroup.com or call 610-272-6949.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
I heard you hired a CFO for your business. How did you afford that?
Easy. I hired Style CFO Services. They do everything a full-time CFO does. Cash flow forecasts, custom financial reports. Our profitability has skyrocketed. They even help me get ready for our audit.
I bet they're really expensive.
You wouldn't believe how affordable they are. They will even do a 21-point assessment of your finances for free.
For free? How do I sign up?
Just go to stylescfo.com.
Stylescfo.com?
Yep, that's STILES CFO.com.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra on a tribute to Philly sports fans at Wildwood Catholic Academy on Saturday, June 29th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save a buck or two. The bad.
Kevin, there's no hot water.
So you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating. Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems. Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Rich Cioli this afternoon, 3 till 7. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Don't.
It's Kayal and Company. Live here on a Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Cut sheet part 2 coming up in just a few moments. We also have our morning mystery movie clip winner on the line as we go to Lancaster and say good morning to Ted. Ted, good morning. What movie did we just play for you, sir?
Yes, good morning. It was The Force Awakens.
That is correct. You've got your tickets to Willie Nelson's 4th of July picnic with Bob Dylan, Robert Plant, Alison Krauss, Maren Morris, Mavis Staples, and some person named Celeste that I've never heard of before at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Congratulations, Ted.
Very cool. Thank you, guys. Love you.
Yes, thank you very much, and we appreciate you for listening to this program.
By the way, we're at like $2,380 right now for the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation.
Wow.
We have 25 minutes until 10 a.m. Can we make it an even 2,500?
I think so.
If you're listening right now, go to gregstockersucks.com, gregstockersucks.com. All the money goes to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. Again, we're doing this again. Nick is going to ride 65 miles. If we get to $20,000, the entire show will ride. But we need to get there by July. So if you can do so, please go to gregstockersucks.com. Just make it an even 2,500. It's like like $120 or something?
It is May 16th. The ride is July 21st.
Yeah.
I believe we will hit 20 grand before the 4th of July holiday.
Wow.
That's my prediction. I'll
Look
go
at
on
you.
record right now. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Let's get to what's on the cut sheet part 2.
What? You know I hate odd numbers. Yeah.
You do.
I just need it to be
even and round?
I just don't like to see it's my OCD. What's on the Country Part 2 sponsored by First Harvest Credit Union. Grow your spending power with a home equity loan from First Harvest Credit Union featuring flexible terms and great rates for an affordable payment. Visit firstharvestcu.com for details. Membership restrictions apply. Equal housing lender insured by NCUA. Okay, we talked about the debate. You spoke to the former President Trump about it, Nick Kayal, about the debate and his thoughts on it. And I know what everybody's asking. What are Mitt Romney's thoughts on it? Romney said that it's not going to be beneficial to Trump because he won't have a cheering crowd.
Okay.
He sat down with Stephanie Ruhle. Now all of a sudden he's the darling of MSNBC.
Yeah.
In 2012, they accused him of murdering his dog or something, right? They put a dog on his roof.
Christy gnomed him.
He was like the evil white rich guy.
Yeah.
Like Mr. Burns in The Simpsons.
And now the media has casted Trump for that role now.
Now they love him. This is Cut 19, Phil. Go.
Things about presidential debates, and she asked him about it. Let's just take a listen. I won't try to describe it. Let him do it.
There's talk today about a presidential debate, maybe as early as June. I know debates were important to you. They certainly got you a lot of momentum in 2012. Do you think they matter today? In many ways, we know a lot about the two people running. Do you think it will impact votes, maybe even your vote?
Well, the image that comes to mind is those two old guys on the Muppets, that sat in the balcony.
Statler and Waldorf.
Statler and Waldorf, all right? That's what comes to mind.
That's kind of fun.
But I actually think there will be a huge audience for these debates. I think people have very low expectations as to what President Biden will do. I think they have much higher expectations about President Trump and his combativeness.
What are your expectations?
Well, I share the public perceptions. We'll see what happens. Now, I've interacted with President Biden and find that we've had good exchanges, and he's capable, and I like the man. I know President Trump. I watch him in his rallies. He seems energetic and forceful, but rallies are kind of easy. You got a cheering crowd and you got teleprompters you can read. So how will they do in person? I don't know the answer to that, but I think America will be watching.
Yeah, I disagree with that. I do not.
What the hell did he say?
I do not think that the network will get great ratings for this, and I also do not think some of these things will help Joe or hinder Trump. I think Trump can dominate a debate in any setting. Certainly, I'd like to see it more fair and balanced, but I don't care what you could. It's like Joe Biden at a debate on CNN with Trump's mic down is like taking a guy incapable of bowling and putting up bumpers. It doesn't matter. He's still going to put up a low score. So I think Joe's going to be a train wreck no matter how much they tried to safeguard him. By the way, should I read these quotes from Romney? I never got to pay off this team. Sure. How about Mitt Romney knocking Biden for the enormous error in not pardoning Trump? He said, Had I been President Biden when the Justice Department brought on indictments, I would have immediately pardoned him. He said on MSNBC's The 11th Hour with Stephanie Ruhle, quote, because it makes me, President Biden, the big guy, and the person I pardoned a little guy. Romney also went on and said he contends that Biden made, quote, an enormous error by not pressuring Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg, a Democrat, against plowing ahead in charges for the hush money case. Quote, he should have fought like crazy to keep this prosecution from going forward because it's a win-win for Donald Trump. Like, where was Mitt 3 years ago? Where was Mitt 2 years ago? Where was Mitt a year ago? Now in 2024, he wants to play home team politics? Come on, man.
I have no time for him since he voted for impeachment.
Yeah.
I'm like,
what a skunk.
I've never seen a human being go from the darling of the Republican Party to persona non grata in 7 years.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was there in 2012 when there were 20,000 people in a cornfield in Bucks County for this guy. Now all of a sudden,
I would love to see him now. If he retracted his statement and said he got played, that he was lied to by the J6 committee, and he wishes he could retract his impeachment vote, and he reverses on the statement he made.
Yeah.
Back in 2021 or in January. Okay, then I would want. Right now, he's like Ann Coulter dead to me.
Wow, that is really dead to you.
Yeah. He's down at the bottom of the barrel right now. He's right there with Chris Christie and the rest of them.
By the way, this audience is just the best. $3,507 we have.
Told you, man.
Thank
you. Wow.
This might happen by Father's Day, to be honest.
$3,507.
$20K by Father's Day?
I believe Keith Martin. Can I call out Keith Martin? I think he put in the $2 or $7 or something.
Well, this is what happened last year. We got all these odd number donations just to keep your OCD in check.
Oh, God, I love this. By the way, once again, all the money, 100% of the proceeds go to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. They help the families of slain and fallen officers in the line of duty.
By the way, this year, last year, once I did the ride and I finished it, I wanted to be on the air the next day to brag and prove that I could do it. Now that I've done that, I think I'm going to stay down in Atlantic City this year and just crash for the night at a hotel.
Are you?
Yeah, I might take the day off the next day. Stay down there and
I don't know if I
gamble.
I don't know if I approve of that.
Play some roulette. Hang out with my people.
It's a big year, guys.
It's a tough ride back in that car.
We need the A game here every day until 2020, until the election, guys.
It ends in Atlantic City. What if maybe there's an AC sponsorship? You could spend the night and broadcast from there.
Hey,
I see what you did there, Dawn.
Yeah, we could broadcast in a casino at 6 a.m.
You're just filled with ideas today.
Dawn will be at the sales meeting next Tuesday.
It's all the cold prescription meds that I'm on.
Yeah. By the way, do you think we can get to? We have 17 minutes until the Dawn show starts. Do you think we can get to 4,000 by then?
See, this is where you get greedy.
GregStalkerSucks.com, GregStalkerSucks.com. Can we get to 4,000? That's what I'm asking.
It's a very charitable, gracious audience.
The $3,507, I just can't. I don't know.
Well, stop looking at it.
Within this commercial break, if we can get to $4,000, I would really appreciate it. GregStalkerSucks.com.
Just put the phone down.
Okay. Sorry. You want to talk to us about Piazza, Nick Kayal?
Yeah, why not?
Thank you.
All right, coming up next, we will get to what's on tap for the Dawn Show today in music history, a.k.a. Phil's 90 Seconds of Glory, and then who won Twitter today. But if you want to win in the automobile industry and you've got some money and you're looking for a luxurious vehicle, can I don't know, whet your appetite for the new Mercedes-Benz C300 Coupe? Just drove that about 5.5, 6 weeks ago at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester. Man, what a ride this is. Sleek and stylish on the outside, and it's packed with advanced technology on the inside. Touchscreen interface and AI voice recognition are sure to impress. It's like having Alexa or Siri riding shotgun with you. You just ask, you just talk, and she answers you. It's beautiful. The 2024 C300 features a turbocharged 2-liter 4-cylinder engine with 255 horsepower. Available today at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, or Atlantic City. I don't know, maybe after the bike ride, I'll swing by Mercedes-Benz of Atlantic City and get myself a C300. Or not. Or shop online at piazzapremiumautos.com. Tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
Countless financial firms have promised the security and peace of mind that comes only with a crash-proof retirement. But those imitators never last. Only crash-proof retirement can guarantee market-like returns credited as interest with no market risk or fees in a legally binding recorded financial meeting.
Janice Farvero, Fogelsville, Pennsylvania. With Crash Proof, we don't have to worry about making up any money that we've lost. So if the market goes down, we don't worry. And that interest that we made the year before, that never goes away. I do think Crash Proof Retirement's original. They're the real deal. I don't think anybody else could give that kind of service.
Crash Proof Retirement is the only firm in the country willing to make all promises and guarantees legally binding by recording all financial meetings. Schedule an appointment or register for the next Crash Proof Retirement educational event at the William Penn Inn on Tuesday, June 11th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Are you tired of dealing with those old, inefficient windows in your house? Well, maybe it's time to go Guida. How about that drafty, beat-up looking entry door you've painted over more times than you can count? Well, go Guida. Need added protection from the elements with a new storm door? Go Guida. And what about that sliding patio door or garage door you've been meaning to replace? Go Guida. Whatever your home improvement needs are, I suggest you go Guida with the great people at Guida Door and Window. To help you get your project started, Guida is offering 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project with no money down and up to 3 full years to pay it off interest-free. That's right. Receive 20% instant savings with the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. Restrictions apply, offers for a limited time, so what are you waiting for? It's time you finally go Guida. Call today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Calling on Percy to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
Download it now.
Stop disgusting up our country.
Just like our offense.
It's Kayal and Company, 9:49 here on this Thursday morning. Hopefully all of you having a good day. The Dawn Show is just about 10 minutes out, and we find out what she has lined up for the next 2 hours.
Yeah, so we'll have Guy Shiraki, so popular, so he's got his latest Broad and Liberty piece, and we'll talk to him expanding about the latest Broad and Liberty piece, the fight between parents and teachers' unions. We'll talk about the teacher shortages and the state of college campuses post-encampment. We'll catch up on all that. Also, Dave McCormick moving up against Bob Casey, so a Senate race to watch. So we'll get all of that taken the 11 o'clock hour. We always start off right off the bat with Trump, cold open. So you'll hear from DJT. He just spoke moments ago. So we'll play that off the top. But what are Philadelphia police teaming up with a task force to crack down on in Philadelphia? We'll get into this. More crime to talk about, but a specific crime, people who illegally fix cars, these illegal mechanics roving. So we'll talk about this latest crackdown. There's just a lot to talk about this morning. We got it all.
All right. Dawn back in the saddle coming up at 10 o'clock this morning as we find out what happened today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, Thursday, May 16th. We celebrate the birthdays of Chris Novoselic from Nirvana, Richard Page, the lead singer from Mr. Mister, Alto Sweet, the saxophone player from Bob Seger's band, and Daryl Sweet from Nazareth. We also lost Ronnie James Dio on this day in 2010. By the way, did you know he was actually a doo-wop singer to begin his career? Yeah, look it up. That's a fact. Also, we lost Jim Henson and Sammy Davis Jr. on this day in 1990. Albums include Peace of Mind by Maiden from 83, which includes The Trooper. But Seriously Folks by Joe Walsh in 78. And The Who's Live at Leeds in 70, one of the greatest live albums ever. Wow. Also, Hoboken, New Jersey named its post office after Frank Sinatra on this day in 2003. Randy Bachman left the Guess Who in 1970. In 1981, Kim Carnes is on top of the singles chart with Betty Davis Eyes. And in 1980, Elvis's doctor is arrested for abusing his license to prescribe controlled drugs.
Because he was a drug addict.
But lastly, on this day in 84, Ozzy Osbourne is arrested in Memphis for staggering drunk down Beale Street. Haven't been there in a while. He is released 5 hours later and then continues his Bark at the Moon tour. For Kayal Company, I'm Phil Upquist.
That's great work out of Phil again. All right, let's wrap.
Wait, hang on before we do this.
What? Yeah, more donations?
3705. Can somebody donate $300 right now, please? Actually, $298. GregStockerSucks.com, GregStockerSucks.com. I am not getting off the air until we get $400. No, that's not true. But please, before 10 o'clock, if you can do this.
All right.
We need $298. Please make a donation.
What's
All
the
money
number?
goes.
What's the number right now?
Greg, 370 something.
Okay.
Wait, if they don't reach 300, will you stay there and throughout the Dawn Show, then we'll just beg for more money?
No.
We'll just go. And now, here's Greg begging.
No, I'm not going
YouTube's
to
like,
beg.
I don't need 6 hours of Greg. Tell him to leave already.
Exactly. They want 6 hours of Dawn, not 6 hours of me.
Who won Twitter?
All the money goes to Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. Thank you. Who Won Twitter, sponsored by Turn 7. I'm going to give it to DV. He says, glad they are putting the blabbering idiot on the stage because even with the exact questions known for months, he's still going to F it up somehow. But regardless, Left Wing will celebrate it as a giant victory no matter how incoherent he comes across as. DV wins Twitter. Stores closing. Turn 7 must liquidate and vacate everything to the bare walls at both massive Turn 7 liquidation centers must go. 1,000s. this copy.
Yeah, why is it written like in a vertical stack?
It's
like
ridiculous.
Like, did somebody hit the enter button too many times?
Read the copy before you write it. Thousands of items are now below cost. Hurry, Philadelphia Mills, Moorestown Mall, Turn 7, store closing, liquidation, Turn 7. Thank you, Turn 7. Even though we can't write copy here, we appreciate your sponsorships.
All right, that'll do it for us. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is up next. We are back tomorrow morning for a Friday edition of Kayal and Company. And Phil Almquist, what time do we start at?
We start at 6 a.m.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo. Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient of PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the Teeth in a Day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The ride you want is what we've got, so
drive a little and
save a lot
At TurnersvilleJeep.com, the deal you'll be bragging about for the rest of the year awaits. See TurnersvilleJeep.com's big selection and save on the one you love. And right now, save even more with 0 down lease deals at TurnersvilleJeep.com. The ride you want is what we've got, so
drive a little and
save a lot. TurnersvilleJeep.com, your premier New Jersey Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, and Wagoneer dealer.
Hi, Stephanie from Emmons. Are you not loving your bathroom? Is the King's Throne looking a little outdated and run down? Let Emmons Design Specialists design a bathroom that you will love and one that Emmons will redo in as little as 1 day. An affordable, maintenance-free bathroom with little to no inconvenience to you and your family. With finance options available, there's really only one problem. Your bathroom will be so nice, your king